Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until Minions have spawned. Red team's turret has been destroyed.
You too.
What's up? Getting into the game here. It is Shadow Soldier 234 here, everybody. Gonna be solo casting on this game. Getting ready to get into the game here. We do see Pitch Ernie with 96 ranked wins already into this new season. That is quite a lot. We are waiting on the start. We do have a member of one of the other teams going to the bathroom. Do you see a gold 1 member on the team, on blue team? Looks like we are still waiting here for one of, sorry guys, for Epic Gaming to get it back onto their computer. Going to the restroom right now. Wally Sports is at the moment Plat 1, which is very good considering how new this season is. Epic Gaming is Silver 1, so there is a quite a large difference between the team ranks here. We are getting into Champion Select right here. Sivir coming out for the first ban. I understand that because her ult can be used to get a good engage in there. Jarvan 4, they banned out a very strong combo just now. The Kalista, her carry potential is quite high because a lot of people don't know how to time their smite against her if she is at a dragon. So that can pretty much secure any dragon fight with a Kalista. Good ban coming from Epic Gaming. We do see the Azir ban as well. Very brutal in the top and mid lane, as long as you know how to play him. One of the highest bans still in solo queue games. And we do see Gnar, one of the carry top laners, passively He can be played passively against like very strong champions that are stronger than him very early game. He doesn't even have to build tank, which I personally do myself if I do get fed in lane, because he's just got so much damage potential. Plus, when he goes into the Mega Gnar, he gets quite tanky. So we do see the Rek'Sai Lissandra coming out right here. Lissandra being a very high pick as well. The Nidalee and Janna locked in here as well. Nidalee very strong right now. Did kind of become a jungler. I don't know if Facial is actually taking her into the jungle this game. I would hope to see that. The Ezreal Janna bot lane. A lot of damage is going to be coming in from that bot lane. You see the Graves being hovered over right now. One of the strongest AD carries in the game. Has a lot of solo carry potential with that Youmuu's that people like to go Youmuu's Ghostblade, Infinity Edge on him, because it kind of just makes him an assassin. He lands his cube collateral and one auto attack can pretty much melt away the AP carry or the ADC, depending on who it is. Do you see Yor getting hovered over here? I understand that pick quite well, because if that is a Lissandra top lane, he doesn't really have to get close to the minions to stay. Oh, why am I hesitating so much? I am sorry, guys. It's been a long day. But it is going to be a Jace mid, I see. Irelia in that Lissandra lane kind of favors on who hits that level 2 point first. Because if Irelia does get ahead in that lane, she will get a lot of damage off early. That might be a Jace mid, which is going to make this team quite AD heavy. And it is a Jace mid. Haven't really seen that since Season 3. Harry Dill hovering over the gameplay. Xerath being hovered over here. Very strong pick against the Jace, I feel, because he would have the stun, but Xerath isn't hovered over anymore. Mordekaiser is going to be a big problem. Most Jace players like to stay in the hammer form to take the reduced damage. Jace does win that lane pretty early with his range, and he has the hammer form to give him the bonus armor and everything. So depending on how Zed plays this, he can win at level 6, but pre-6, that lane will belong to Jace. Getting into that load time very shortly. Everybody in the chat, how you doing? It's good to see. We are in the 3-minute delay now. Game will be starting shortly. I'm gonna go get a quick drink. I will see you guys in about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. worse than that. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Some fancy borders coming out from Wally Sports. With that one challenger and the Masters. They got 3 diamonds. Best Gaming with 1 diamond player. Hopefully that Morgana can land some really good bindings. It's going to have to be on the... I would probably say it would have to be on the Jace because he's kind of their only really good initiation. The Irelia can go in there, but if she is too low health, she'll just instantly get melted. But we are getting into the game right here.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
You see a very aggressive start coming from the red team, looking to invade this. They will be seen right here. This is a 4v5 fight right now. Jace is coming in very shortly. We're not taking a lot of damage there. So did Irelia though. 3 wards in that bottom rush for the blue team.
30 seconds.
Oh my goodness. We do see the counter invade coming from the blue team. Binding does land onto the Irelia. Best Gaming is gonna have to back off right here. Morgana taking a lot of damage. This blue buff, depending... If they all go back right now, they can come back to contest this.
Minions have spawned.
A lot of cuts and wounds coming out from that skirmish. Nobody going down. I don't think there were any summoners used. So this game is going to be about the same as it would have been. Buckshot does connect onto the Ezreal. Red team is quite healthier in this lane right now. Ez does get hit by that binding. Very nice trade coming from Best Gaming right there. Lissandra does need to try her best to push this lane to get that level 2 first. If she doesn't, Irelia might be able to possibly come back into this lane. Irelia is taking a lot of harass though. We do see Facial picking up her first buff. She did start Krugs other than the Rek'Sai who started the red buff and immediately went wolves to blue. Donna just now hitting level 2. Irelia getting harassed quite hard in that lane right now. Taking to about 60% health. Bookshot does hit land. Very nice shield from Jonathan to negate the damage. Jay's putting a lot of damage onto Zed right now. The gank does come in from the Rek'Sai. Flash is blown from Jace. Very nice gank coming in from the Rek'Sai, getting that flash down and relieving a lot of pressure off of the Zed. The Mystic Shock poke onto Morgana is quite heavy right now. Like, blue team, bottom lane, doing the best they can to. We might actually see a fight here. They are kind of just. They didn't go all in. They got a lot of damage off onto the Morgana. Mystic shots just keep hitting Graves. We do see the Shock Blast not hit Zed on that. They're really doing very well in this lane. Nidalee coming in here. That's first blood going to Nidalee. Heal gets used by Graves. Morgana gonna go down here. Janna goes down. 2 Graves. Double kill for Ezreal. That's gonna be a very strong Ezreal right there. Jace is kind of low on mana right now. Zed should be trying his best to start harassing once he goes back into hammer form. Very nice shadow coming out from the Zed to pretty much make that gank entirely useless. Ez pushing this bottom wave to the turret to make red team miss as much XP as possible. I feel like Morgana's going to be able to actually soak up that XP. Jace very healthy in this lane to Zed's half health. You do see the roam from Janna not being very useful there. She did blow the shadow from Zed. She might hover around that lane to probably put Zed in a really unhealthy position. He is down only 3 CS right now. Jace does has a health pot, but he is pretty much full health right now. Zed is going back. We do see in the top lane, Irelia actually did get a level advantage. 42 to 16. I don't quite understand how that lane is going to be. Like once again, like I said, with Irelia getting ahead of that Lissandra because of the Nidalee gank, it's going to be a really hard lane for Lissandra. Do you see Ezreal being level ahead of Graves? Should probably be utilizing that a little bit more than what he is. Binding does not hit. Speak. You see Rek'Sai in the top lane right now. If kind of wasting time. I feel like Irelia knows something around there is here. She is fighting right now. Just returning some of the damage. She's very low on mana though. We do see a fight in the bot lane going down to Nidalee. Goes the Morgana. Graves does both flash. Another kill going on to Ezreal. The pounce is just really strong coming from this new Nidalee. Ez is 3-0 right now. He is very strong. Lissandra just now hitting level 6. She can fight that Irelia now because Irelia is oob. She will not have any stun or the true damage from her W. Irelia is going back. This will be the first dragon of the game going to the blue team. Zed picking up a Brutalizer on that first back. Gonna give him kind of a lot of damage in that way. We do see another kill going on to Ezreal. Very nice catch right there, Janna, with the knockup. It's a very one-sided game right now. 6-1, 1-0 in Dragons. We do see Zed in this lane coming back since it is after 6. Harry Dill might be able to potentially get a kill in that lane soon, depending on how both laners play it. We do see the Nidalee 2-0-2 right now. Very strong jungler at the moment. Lilith going on to Rek'Sai for a second there, I thought Zed took it. Ezreal having a huge power spike right now with that Sheen Phage. Graves only has a pickaxe. Right here, I feel like the Ezreal could pretty much win a fight against Graves just solo. As long as Graves can potentially dodge all those mystic shots, he might have a chance. Do you see the Rek'Sai ult coming in? Just to get out of the base. Doing a lot of damage. Never mind. Zed is gone. Didn't have a chance to Deathmark. He could have counterplayed that Shark Blast pretty well. He could have Deathmarked onto the Irelia. Probably flashed out afterwards and wouldn't have died. Half health goes to the Graves. Graves taking a lot of damage. Irelia 101 now. Every lane is ahead at the moment. This is going to be a very tough game for Best Gaming. Binding does miss. Good amount of damage coming onto the Morgana. Ez does take a turret shot. It's not going to phase him though. He is so far ahead of that lane. Rek'Sai top again. I don't know why she's trying so hard in this lane. But there is going to be a potential kill right here. Irelia does go down to the Rek'Sai. Very nice kill picked up right there. Blue team does get a bottom lane turret though. Nidalee putting a lot of pressure onto this bottom lane. Morgana quite low. It isn't even level 6 right now. They might be going mid to get some pressure onto this turret. They can potentially get this actually. Morgana is going to be heading up here. Rek'Sai is gonna say she almost overextended there. Zed is quite low. Morgana is low. They cannot save this turret from the siege. You see 3 members of the red team in the mid lane right now. Lissandra heading back up to the top lane. Nidalee showing why mid jungle is so good right now. Lee Sin 2.0 right there. Picking up that pink ward. Graves going back now. Ez already finishes his Triforce. Irelia is about on her Triforce also. We are going to see that double Triforce. Graves does not have one full item yet. He is going for the Infinity Age first. Jace only having about 161 stacks on that tier right now. You do see a kill going to Ezreal in the top lane. Deathmark does come out, tries to do something there. Jace picking up a kill. Very nice tornado coming out from the Janna. They do get a lot of damage off. They pick up the top lane turret. Both of them are gone. Very nice dodge coming from the Rek'Sai. Irelia in the bot lane now. We might see kind of a lane swap coming here. Rek'Sai knows exactly where they are. Graves is just wanting to farm, not really focusing anything onto the Irelia. Red buff does go down onto the Nidalee. Jace gets hit up by the Lissandra ult. Very nice flash coming from the Janna. They can get out of this. I feel like they should potentially fight this. Jace kind of hesitating there. I feel like he could have picked up a double kill. Very nice flash pounce coming from the Nidalee. Jace can land another shock blast. I feel like anybody that hits is going to die. Oh my. Ez is getting taken really low right there. Zed no ult though, or flash. He is going to go down here. Through the Jace. Very nice shot busting from there. Rek'Sai coming in. Rek'Sai might be able to pick up a kill here. No, she's going to fall off. Shock Blast does not hit. Blue team is completely owning this game and everything. Jay's dealing a lot of damage. He really needs to. Oh, Rek'Sai does pick up the kill. It really does TP in. She does have the dash. Rek'Sai is out of there. Very nice. Coming from Archmage Shiro. Anime reference to that name. Dragon is up right now. Blue team can secure this with no contest, honestly. Red team can't take any of that damage that was coming up. Binding does hit Janna right now. A lot of damage coming down onto her. Morg blows flash over to the blue buff. TP coming in from Lissandra right here. This should be an uncontested dragon. Oh, the Zed getting taken so low. He's gonna have to get out of there. The best time to be getting this dragon right now. They are gonna be getting the blue buff also. Who are they gonna put it on? Hopefully onto the Jace. Like I said, he's gonna be able to stack that tier a lot faster now. Second dragon of the game. Going to the blue team, having total control of this game. But there's a big wave top lane right now. It's going to be getting a lot of damage onto this turret. Don't feel like he's going to take it out. Ezreal does ult. Gets up like around 7 of those minions. Some good gold coming from that. Does pretty much keep that turret really healthy right there. Small push mid. Zed might go for something here. Does miss the shuriken. Jace gonna pick up a kill on the Morgana right here. Goes down to the auto attack. Zed picking up a kill on the Jace right there. Janna did ult to try and save him. It really does pick up with the kill on Zed. That's a 2-for-1 right there. They don't have the Morg ult or the binding now. Blue team should be able to push this quite hard now. One Q doing all that damage to the Rek'Sai. That is an insane amount of damage. As with that blue buff, should be able to fight pretty well. As long as he keeps enough mana up for his E. That Q chunk onto the Rek'Sai, she's almost not going to be able to stay into this fight. She's about half health right now. This shot does land on Lissandra. Red team trying their hardest. Lissandra taking really low. The Nidalee Spear right there dealing a lot of damage. Nidalee almost dead right there. Walking away with about 7 HP. That was insanely close. They are going to be able to get this turret though because they did push off the Lissandra. Juicy I really use the ulti on the wave, which could be a sign of her just wanting the team to back off afterwards. Binding does not hit. She does have that blue buff though, so she might just be using it to get it out of the way. Doesn't do that much damage. It does slightly heal her though, so. Rek'Sai trying to get into this fight. Can't do anything. Flash in. Rek'Sai does go down to the Nidalee. Lissandra goes down as well. Zed going down to Ezreal as well, picking up a double kill. Very nice coming from the Ezreal. They're all so low. It's just too bad Morgana couldn't have gotten ulti off right there. I feel like if she had, they might have potentially won that fight or gotten quite a good amount of kills from it. The healing comes out. Morgana's gonna be going down here. No, she's not. Very nice binding coming from the Morgana. Completely stopping the Jace. They are gonna back off after this inhib. Blue team is so far ahead right now. Baron could honestly become an option. We do see Rek'Sai go up to the red buff. Potentially, he might want to ward after he gets that red, or else I feel like blue team is going to be getting a dragon. I mean, I apologize. A Baron. Almost 20 minutes in here, guys. It is 18-4. 6 towers to 0. 36.6k to 24.1. Blue team is just showing their dominance right now. We do see Ezreal with his Bloodthirster and Trinity Forest to Graves' only Infinity Edge, actually. Jace almost having a fully stacked Manamune, I would suppose. No, only at 450. Doesn't quite matter, though. He's dealing enough damage just because of the Brutalizer. Zed not having a fully built item either. Honestly, blue team can just close this game out. The chance of a comeback from the red team is really, really low. You see Irelia taking the blue buff for herself from the red team's jungle. Morgana trying to hit a binding. Rek'Sai is going to be going in here. Lissandra already almost dead right here. She is going to go down to the Ezreal. Triple kill for Ezreal. Make it a... I mean, I apologize. Triple kill for Nidalee. Double kill for Ezreal. That is an ace. That's a game right there. The surrender vote does come in. Congrats to LoL Esports.
Alright guys, this is Shieldcaster Pharaoh finally getting in with you guys. Hitting in the load screen now, looking at a couple different skins here. Victorious Janna definitely being my favorite, just on the out and out. But nobody can really count out Mad Scientist Singed either. By the way, if you have any trouble hearing me, just give me a shout out. That way I can fix a few settings on my end and we'll get this ready to go. Alright, pulling everything up so I can actually read the chat. Alright guys, so here we are getting into the actual game. For some reason it says I'm 4 minutes and 15 seconds in, oddly enough. Alright, so now I've got my the tab at the very bottom, my champions lined up. Alright, so we're seeing what appears to be fairly standard, maybe a bit of some pings coming out for defensive, some defensive pings coming out for the junglers here, so it looks like just going to be a standard start and fan out here. Good early wards. Alright, so since I wasn't here in Champ Select, I can go ahead and look at the lanes a little bit. Appears that we're going to have a Caitlyn Morgana versus a Janna Jinx lane. The Janna Jinx lane definitely has the potential to hyper carry throughout, since Jinx's range is slightly higher than, well, 50 or higher than Caitlyn's, and when she's using her rockets. Not to mention she can scale extremely well into the late game due to her passive and her kit. So we are seeing a 5-man come up into here, but they are going to be spotted by that ward. So the purple team is not going to be fooled by the invade. So another ward coming out. Not sure if they're going to try and stick around. Hope so. I'm always into the early action. Kate putting out some good damage on the Jinx here. And they are going to be forced to just move right on out. So Jinx taking almost a third of her health there. She's going to be forced to stick around, else she'll miss out on level 2 advantage. And Proxy Singed already getting set up here. Singed running is going to be interesting to see if you can actually keep this up at all. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, really not a whole lot of anything going on. A good stun coming out in a missed Q from Xerath. I mean, on the top lane, both are pretty adequate at farming here. And Singed already back, you can go ahead and grabbing that TP in. So meanwhile, on the bottom lane, we are seeing just a little bit of back and forth. Pretty much an even lane thus far. Caitlyn a little bit ahead early on the CS, but, you know, it's Caitlyn, so not that surprising. Meanwhile, on the top lane, you are seeing a little bit of harass going back and forth between the Singed and the Gnar. Still pretty even, though. You see Mega Gnar come out. He does go ahead and get in on the engage. He comes in, gets a good stun in. However, he's not going to be able to capitalize very well on that. But that does put Singed quite low. So good play for Gnar there. Though without that extra the pots, since Singed has the flask, he will be able to come back in pretty quickly. In mid lane, Annie's pushing quite a bit. She does have that ward out. Oh, good stun coming out. Some nice damage. So Singed is out of his flasks. He still has a couple cookies left. Are doing a great job at using his ability to get in and out. As far as junglers are concerned, J4 is actually a little behind Amumu, which is kind of surprising because I feel like J4 is a little bit faster. Well, Amumu trying to get a gank in, but Annie's a little pushed. He's going to have to give up on that and keep farming. However, J4 is here. He is there on time. Annie's bad spot. The first blood does come out. J4 coming in. He's forced to flash away. Is he going to be able to get out? No, the flash comes out from Amumu as well, and he goes ahead and picks up the kill. So kill going on for both junglers here. Some good damage still coming out for Mumu. Kind of going in and out. So just a little bit of back and forth. The mid laner dies on the purple side as opposed to the Xerath. But both junglers ended up picking up the kills there. Kind of surprised to see that Gnar is actually not using his teleport to go in. He may miss out on just a few CS here, but he is ahead, so I guess it's not that big a deal. Alright, so here we are in the bottom lane looking at Janna and Jinx again. They look like they are slowly starting to take control of this lane, as Jinx is ahead in CS and she is out poking, out harassing Caitlyn. So this could be bad for the purple team if they allow Jinx and Janna to get a huge lead like that. Because Jinx pretty well can single-handedly carry a game. Well, at least in my elo. So J4 clearing the ward in the mid lane. Meanwhile, in the top lane, there's still a little bit of back and forth. Gnar keeping up in the farm. I'm kind of putting an end to the proxy. So Xerath is starting to, looks like he has a 2 CS wave lead over the Annie. Using that range well to his advantage. And that's part of the reason why Xerath is pretty well dominant in the mid lane, in my opinion. That range is just so extreme. All you have to do is be able to land your skill shots, and you've pretty much got lane. So they are looking to possibly go and steal the blue buff from the Amumu, knowing that he is going to have to start there as Amumu. It should be coming up within the next 10 seconds or so. Meanwhile, Amumu is possibly thinking about going top. You do see the flash coming out from the Gnar as he does get flipped. So Gnar's in a bad spot if he gets pushed out at all. They might be able to dive him here. No, he's definitely too close to Mega Gnar for this to happen. Oh, never mind. The ult comes out. Spoke too soon. So really good play by the Singed and the Gnar. The Singed and the Amumu to go ahead and pick up the kill there. And I thought Gnar was a little bit closer to his Mega Gnar there, and it would have been able to be a huge difference. So we are seeing the first dragon coming up, knowing that Amumu is top. This does pretty well guarantee them a free dragon. And they will pick up. So the first dragon coming out, 8-minute mark of the game. And Annie just being severely punished by this Xerath. She does have the Flash Tibbers possibility though. So they do not pick up they do not counter Jungle Amumu's blue. It looks like he is either going to get this or be able to pass it on. However, once again with the gank top, they do give up that first dragon of the game. Some good harass coming out from the Janna here. And we're getting almost a 3 CS wave difference between the mid laners, between Xerath and Annie. And almost a 2 between the bottom, between the two ADC. So the blue side is able to see us quite effectively as opposed. However, without a doubt, I do believe that the purple team does have the better team fight. They both have some good engage and disengage, but the amount of burst that can come out and CC that can come out for the purple team, if they do get into a big fight like that, unless they get way behind, I do see the team fights going in their favor. So they do know that Mumu is at his red here. They could be trying to set something up. As both the Janna and the J4 are here, they come in and they get just right. Good knockup. Oh, he uses his ult and he tries to banish us away. Is he going to be able to get out? Yeah, you do see the EQ coming out and the Cataclysm. So they do pick up that kill on a Mumu. Puts him a little behind. Singed is being a little caught out here, and Annie as well. She's forced to ult there. And she's just going to be able to walk out of this. However, that's a great play, great counter jungle to put Mumu quite a bit behind, even though he is 17 CS ahead at this point. Meanwhile, on the bottom, I didn't even see it. Kate and Morgana taking advantage of the fact that Janna is in the top jungle and picking up a kill on the Jinx. So the TP coming out, they're going to try and protect this, and I would assume that they are just because of the CC or the AoE attacks that they do have. Meanwhile, you are seeing some good advanced wards coming out from the purple team. There in the bottom river. Singed just headed back top, and he'll definitely get there before Narb will. Good dark binding coming out from Morgana. Caitlyn's pushing quite hard, and as you can see, the bottom tower for the blue team is already under half. Singed forced to back here. Mega Gnar coming in. He's going to definitely try to push this lane up, knowing that Singed's TP is down as he just TP'd mid. So I would assume that he's going to try and push us quite hard, and it increases lead, which is already almost 4 CS waves ahead. So since the Janna did roam top, Caitlyn was able to catch back up, and in fact she's even ahead by 8 CS. So the picking up the kill on a Mumu did cost them a little bit. It wasn't just all joy and fun. A good trade there, as the Jinx definitely gets short end of the stick. Caitlyn picking up some good damage on her. However, she does have the pot to come back into it just a tad. J4 looking to come in on the Annie again. However, the ward should spot him out there. So he's going to come in. Oh, he didn't miss it, but she does flash to get away. So good reaction time on the flash. Maybe a bit of a knee jerk. She could have just walked out, but we'll never know. Alright, Singed is proxying back at the top lane, forcing the Nard to go ahead and try and pick up as many of these as he can. And good job at picking up all 6 of those. Oh, so we do see some action going on in the bottom lane. Jinx does miss her Mega Death Rock. J4 coming in. They are going to have to either basically try their best to defend this turret, but against 3 and with a half HP and half mana Caitlyn, it's going to be a little tough. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Xerath does go ahead and pick up the kill on Annie. Mumu coming in trying to help on the bottom lane. Is it going to be too much too soon or too late? The ult coming out, however, good Janna Tornado coming out to stop, put it into that. Janna's in a little bit of trouble here. Dark Binding come out. However, J4 does come in. He does have his Cataclysm up. They could be... No, they're just going to walk right out of this one. So, good bit of back and forth. However, it's not really going to be any excitement there. So Xerath is bought. It's a 4-man push spot. Singed in the mid lane. They could be taking turret for turret. A good Curse of the Sad Mummy coming out. Jinx in a bit of a trouble here. She can get the ult from Kate. And here it is. Ooh, and just barely with the heal to escape that. However, Janna and Jinx are both very low. They're not going to be able to do much in this fight at all. But Xerath does pick up another kill on the Mumu. So they do take a lot of damage. However, they still come out on top. And they're just going to have to give up this turret here. Now Annie is roaming bot. She might be able to come in and do something here. But with 3 of them, I think it's more of a pitiful knee-jerk reaction. So Annie is pinged to go back. She's going to go back and put a little bit of damage. She may be able to do a little bit more than that, but you never know. The ultimate coming out on top for the Gnar. The Gnar does just pretty well walk out. So wasted ultimate up in the top lane. However, Gnar really not in a position to defend this turret. Does get the Mega Gnar. So Singed goes right back to proxy. Alright, so Dragon is live yet again now. As you can see, nobody's really setting up for it yet. You do see a couple pinks coming out for the blue team. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, barely missed the stun. So, great job by Annie just to avoid all three of those. So Gnar is getting back up to full health here. Singed pretty well just proxying the best he can. And here we are finally seeing blue team kind of set up for the dragon. It is going to be a contested dragon though. It does seem that the Singed has his teleport up as opposed to the Gnar. This could very quickly turn into a 5v4 or a 4v4 if Annie doesn't get there in time. So they do put a stop or at least a halt on the dragon, trying to pick up the Scuttle Crab in the middle. Get a little more vision. So forcing the blue team out, this could set up an easy dragon for the red team or for the purple team. However, they have to be careful not to give up the mid turret here as an exchange. Meanwhile, Gnar is in the top lane, knowing that this is at least going to be a single turret for the blue team. So purple team is coming in here. They know that Gnar's still top with no teleport. They're going to come in here and they're just going to leave this as an uncontested. So it will be a trade dragon for turret. Singed headed back top. It will be a 4v4 in the mid lane if some action does come in. Dark Binding coming out and they get a good Dark Binding onto the Jinx. Huge AoE stun coming out. Great Dark Binding, and blue team in a lot of trouble here. As I said, with the team fights, it's kind of hard to give it to the blue team just because they don't have the AoE that the rest of the people will have. Gnar kind of knowing he's in a bad spot here, he just sits and decides to back. So they do get a tit for tat. They do pick up a turret, both mid lane turrets. However, they picked up so many more kills in the bottom lane there. So, and it could be a second tier turret as well. And it's definitely a second tier turret. However, Jinx coming in, she is going to pick up a kill. This might be huge if they can continue to do this. Jinx picking up more kills here. She's trying to go in through. She does have, no, she doesn't have her Mega Death rocket up. However, they do pick up the double kill, the triple kill. If you include Xerath, Annie's going to try and rock away. And it looks like they are definitely going to be able to pick that up. So it'll be a 4 from 0 there. And they'll advance and probably tit for tat once again, pick up the second tier turret in the mid lane. So all these wards are coming out from the purple team. As you can see, there's tons in the river and even a few in the jungle. There's a few more coming out for the blue here. But when it comes down to it, there's really not a whole lot that you know. However, catching the Singed down and all that CC, the single target CC coming out onto him, even him and all his tankiness, he can't really do a whole lot there. So it looks like they are pretty easily going to be able to take this down and just walk away. Everybody's coming back up, and they will just walk out of there. So good play, good turnaround for the blue team. Really not just sitting back on their laurels. They are able to turn around the whole bad team fight and pick up everything for the return there. Alright, so it looks like we have Baron coming up here pretty quickly, about 1:45. I don't quite remember. I didn't look at the timer when Dragon was taken. I guess I can look right here. 15:57. So Dragon's about halfway down. Should be up in about 3 minutes or so. J4 thinking he might be able to do a little bit, but seeing that Caitlyn's coming up, he's just going to walk right out of that. Here they continue to put the deep wards going into the jungle. They are setting up to take this blue. It will be a fight over the blue. Meanwhile, the Singed is in the bot lane without his TP. Both top laners are without their TP. Oh, so a good bandage toss and Curse of the Sad Mummy coming out onto the J4. However, Mumu kind of left out to dry. Annie turning them around. The Dark Binding coming out, however, it's not enough to quite save the Annie. So the Caitlyn and Morgana are going to run out, but it is going to cost them a turret in the bottom lane. Alright, good. Oh, I thought it was a little lower than that. So the Xerath at this point is just about 50 CS ahead. Gnar's about 40 CS ahead. And surprisingly, the Kate's caught quite a bit back up. So she's getting to be pretty far ahead as well. They are trying to take over this top turret here. A good Black Shield coming out into the Amumu, and Jinx kind of getting stuck like glue. Oh, and the Ace in the Hole making its way through to pick up the kill on a Jinx. So they are pushing quite hard here. The Cataclysm comes out. It will be enough to kind of slow them down, but it will be come at the sacrifice to the J-Force life. Now, if the Morgana can land a good binding here, which she does, she might be able to get deleted. Exactly what I was going to say. However, Xerath is going to lose his life as well. Oh, but he does pick up. Oh, no, he doesn't pick up. Thought the 474 was for a kill on the Amumu. So Janna just barely escaping, but Gnar is pushing in the bottom lane. So they stayed a little too long, got a little too greeny, and it cost them. So Gnar coming up, picking up the blue, opted to stay away from the tower. Probably a smart, safe choice since it's not low whatsoever. The Dragon's coming up in less than a minute, so we should start seeing people set up for that as you see Gnar back. That way you can be back just in time for it. As you can see the pink ward coming out and picking up the Scuttle Crab, so they definitely know what time the Dragon's coming up, and they will be setting up for it. Trying to take this as their second Dragon of the game. See Annie trying to charge up her stun. And she does have it up here. So the purple team is set up for their 5v5 fight, and with the better Ace in the Hole snaking its way through just about every time there. So if they do come into a fight, I would still give it to the purple team. Good Dark Binding coming out into the Jinx, knowing that they go ahead and they brush that in. Morgana in a little bit of trouble here. You do see the Gnar teleporting again. J4 trying to get into the back line, getting on the Annie. However, he does go down with the flash, and nobody's gone down yet for the purple team. Mumu running in and out. Gnar coming in. He's not going to be able to do enough since sticking to the Xerath like glue. He's definitely going to try and come in and sneak something in from behind. He gets huge R and landing on two of them, picking up the double kill with one shot. So great shot there. It is the 3 for 3 that definitely evened the odds quite a bit. Right now it's going to come down to the poke game. So, still trying to put everything out. A good stun coming out. However, he completely whiffs on the follow-up slow. So they are quite low here. A huge, the Mega Death Rocket just barely missing out on them, on the Caitlyn. Great thought. Had she been just a little closer, that definitely would have been a pickup for the blue team there. And now this should be an uncontested dragon, as they're so low they're not going to be able to do anything. So this will be their second dragon. They are going to pick up the second buff with the ability to attack the towers just a tad bit more. Singed coming in, wasting a teleport to just run away. So here we are at the 25 second mark. We are seeing a slight gold advantage coming over to the blue team. 1.5 thousand really at this point. Not a huge lead, but it definitely sets them up to make that lead much more substantial. What I would expect to see from them is to try and play the poke game a little more, since they definitely have it from the Xerath, the Jinx, and even the Boomerang on the Gnar. And try to poke them down before they initiate on the team fights. That way, when the CC happens, it's not as costly. They're going to be a little more wary to come in on it. Mumu kind of getting caught out here alone. but they're not going to follow up on it. So we are going to see that the Kate, Morgana, and Annie are kind of following up. They go ahead and pick off that ward. They don't see it. They do pick up the Scuttle Crabs as well. So now all 5 members are ahead. Singed is all by himself, but it's not that big a deal. You don't chase Singed. Everybody knows that. So they're going to check out the pink tit for tat. However, with the Scuttle Crab, they're not going to be able to do much of anything. So we are seeing a huge wave push in for the blue team in the bottom lane. Unless somebody, and it looks like Morgana's going to go take care of it, the bottom tower was going to take some damage. Meanwhile, Singed still just walking around. He gets no... Well, I better not say that. He doesn't care. So, kind of just pushing it in. Xerath trying to do a little bit of damage control. His ability to wave clear with his Q, pretty substantial. So they are pushing in the top lane. A purple team not really in any position to do anything here. Amumu being spotted, going to be forced to back. However, Nard is walking into 3 of them. So here we are. They're going to put some good damage out onto the tower, and a pause coming out. So that pause coming out, they did quickly get that top tower down to half health. So a great push on that end. Running into a little bit of lag. Of course, the question mark's coming out. So while we're sitting here, just a quick cap of what we can see. The Gnar is about 20 CS ahead of the Singed, netting him about 600 gold advantage. Apart from that, junglers are pretty even. There's only 1 kill separating them and 2 CS. So fairly even as far as jungles go. Now here's where you're going to really start to see the big difference, and that's going to be in the mid laner. Xerath absolutely dominating the Annie, leading to still about a 50 CS lead and a huge 6 kill advantage. So that puts him almost 3,000 ahead. So a huge lead as far as mid laners go. And they get a good huge catch as we're coming paused onto the Annie. The Megadeth Rocket snaking through does pick up the kill on Annie. Xerath trying to pick up some R's for some free damage. The Cataclysm comes out. Meanwhile, Singed stuck in here, just taking free damage. Oh, and the Caitlyn picking up the kill on Xerath. So close there. Mumu going down, and this is definitely going to be, a pickup on the tower. Huge damage coming out from the Jinx. She does pick up 2 kills. It does come at the cost of her life, though, so Morgana does pick that up. I'm kind of surprised they're still trying to engage on that with the Sonya's coming in. Pick up the tower and keep pushing, guys. Meanwhile, you are seeing that the both bottom and mid lanes are slow pushing for the purple team. So they are not going to be able to continue to push. They are going to have to back and try and take care of those so that they can continue to set up for objectives. So really, Caitlyn being in the right spot to pick up the Xerath kill. However, being caught out from the flash with the Jinx after Jinx has picked up what appeared to be a triple kill in that last fight. So she is, at this point, still 300 gold behind, but really and truly, it's not a huge ordeal as far as it is between her and Caitlyn, since she scales so much better into the late game. However, what's kind of impressive, Janna is sitting on 0-0-15. Those 0 kills, 15 assists. It's pretty impressive. So she's been in on all but 3 of the kills in the game and is yet to die. So good play from Janna there. Alright, Jinx picking up the red buff there. Able to micro that extremely well. She just walks around the corner and away. Caitlyn backing, so it is a 1-3-1 split push here. Which I really don't feel like they have the best 1-3-1 comp. Maybe a 1-4 comp with the Singed with a TP, but I don't agree with the 1-3-1. They are going to pick up the blue. Still the blue just keeps running away. The blue buff does not care. Now Gnar does have his TP up. It's going to be interesting. Is he going to try and all in here and push, or are they just going to go ahead and give up the top turret? Looks like they are just going to give the top turret. Oh, and the heal saving the Mumu's life. No Megadeth Rocket, so they are just going to give a free turret and not get anything in return. Never mind, they picked up a kill. Way to prove me wrong, Xerath. Oh yeah, nothing in return. Bam. I just got a kill. Alright, so Annie is trying to sneak up around here in the back. She is getting spotted out by the Scuttle Crab. So we do see a tower go down for 1 kill, not even close to an even trade as far as objectives are concerned, but it's better than a tower for nothing. So Singed here really just doing what Singed does best, draw pressure to the other lanes, and then pretty much walk away. They are picking up the Scuttle Crabs, which is something that the purple team has been extremely good at. They pretty much pick up the Scuttle Crabs on cooldown or on reset. So they're keeping as much vision as they can for free, which will end up saving them in the long run some money as well. So as far as trinkets are concerned, you are seeing the Blue Orb, which is becoming a little more increasingly popular this season. On Caitlyn, I'm assuming it's for her ace in the hole. But only 1 lens for them, as opposed to the 3 that are coming out for the blue team. So they don't really have the control that the blue team does. But how they are, the dragon does come live. It looks like they are going to try and pick up their second dragon of the match as well. So they're taking it down fairly quickly. The blue team is being zoned. They do go ahead and pick up their second dragon of the game. Pretty much uncontested. However, Nara's in the top lane. He is trying to push. Blue team's going to have to definitely create some pressure here. Otherwise, it'll all be for naught. And as you can see, they are all splitting bot 4-1. 4-1 push. I don't really think their team comp is set up at all for a split. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just a lowly gold player. Here they are. You're seeing Singed coming in the top lane. Both top laners do have their TP up. Jinx chunking that tower pretty easily. She takes it down to about a third or 2/3 of its total HP fairly quickly. And she's going to go ahead and pick up the Gromp here as well. So things could get pretty fun here pretty quickly. The purple team does not have anywhere close to the wave clear that the rest of the blue team does. While Singed chasing out the Gnar from the top, it's not going to be really worth anything. And if he keeps going down, this could very quickly turn into a 5-4, 5 versus 4. Harry continues to go mid, so with that, going to stop that slow push. Gnar's going to go back to the top lane and just try to draw Singed top yet again. A good Vanish Toss coming out. However, the Curse of the Sand Mummy doesn't really do anything. Gnar coming in. He is Mega Gnar. They are going to be able to take away this. Huge damage coming out from the ults with the Mega Death Rocket and the ultimate from the Xerath. So great team play there to set that up and at least pick up a kill as well as the turret there. Singed doesn't use his TP, he just walks in since he was in the mid lane. However, it's a little too late. So now they're stuck defending yet again as blue team has an advantage and a turret. So as they all run across with the Caitlyn down, they could be trying to go for a Baron here. But with the pink ward there, I think they'd be a little hard pressed to pick it up. I'm trying to set up debate. Janna throwing her Zephyr just a tad early there. Singed once again. He gives no, so he just walked right away. Alright, so as you can see, that 1.5 thousand gold lead has increased itself to over 3,000. Blue team's pretty well dominating this match so far. It's closer than it should be just based off of kills. But they are starting to slowly increase their lead here. If they do this exponentially, we should see a 6,000 gold lead within the next 10 minutes. Once again, Jinx microing the red, pick up her red. Blue buff going to be transferred out. Oh, maybe not. Assumed it was going on to the Morgana, but no, when it comes in at the last second, she's going to pick it up. No, she doesn't pick it up. Just barely missed it. So Blue team really trying to pressure on this Baron here. And it looks like Janna is starting it just a tad. Looks like they started trying to lure people in with the ward hit and run. At this point, a lot of just proxy play from both teams. Both really aware of what the other team can do, and really not wanting to press their luck against either side. Meanwhile, Singed in the bottom doing, once again, what Singed does best. Drawing pressure and trying to take towers. So he is going to pick up a little bit of damage onto this tower before the Gnar gets here. But it's really not going to be enough to truly matter. Oh, but it might not be any at all. There you go. Sin's just coming up. He drew the Gnar bottom, knowing that the Gnar's TP is not up since he just used it to TP bottom. This is going to put the blue team at a disadvantage. However, they do have a ton of disengage with the Janna, and of course the stun and the traps, chompers, whatever they're called for Jinx. They do have quite a bit of disengage here. Good zap coming out from the Jinx. Trying to catch him, instead he gets hit with the Dark Binding and Singe just walks away. A good well-timed Zhonya coming out to save the Morgana's life. However, the ultimates from Xerath, which I'm going to have to look at, I'm a Xerath player, Rise of the Arcane, have been pretty well spot on throughout this game. So they are making a play for Dragon here. Morgana coming back pretty quickly. They better be careful because just this ultimate CC coming out for the purple team, if they get in just in time, and oh, they pick up, they steal the Baron Nashor, and he's stuck out here getting pushed away. She is, however, going to go down. So good steal from the Amumu coming, and then it looks like they might be picking up a kill on each. 2 kills here as Singe goes down. So the top and jungle going down for the blue team. Meanwhile, the mid and the top lane are coming down for the purple team. Oh, just barely missing. However, you are seeing the ultimate come out from Morgana, and she just gets eaten alive. Oh, she flashed into the stun. However, Amumu is forced to just flash away. Now, Dragon is up here. It's going to be, I guess they're going to go for the main objective as opposed to the easy Dragon, and try and breach that inner wall, just so they can say they can. However, Annie is up, Amumu's up. It's going to be a tough pickup for them. So Xerath low on both sides, the HP and the mana. He is going to be forced to back, especially since the Amumu still has his Baron buff. They could make a play on the Dragon here, which kind of feel like they should have done to begin with. But now that everybody's up, it's a little more risky. Never mind, they just ate the Dragon. Silly Pharaoh, you don't know what you're talking about. Looks like red buff. Nope, I thought red buff might be coming up. I don't have timers on my screen for those. Still quite a few wards coming out from the purple team. It's not quite as advanced as they were before, since they have lost all of their outer turrets, both the first and second tier, leaving them only with their inhibitor turrets and their Nexus turrets as well. So they are having to be a little more defensive with their wards. You are seeing a few more offensive wards than you saw earlier from the blue team. As you can see, the rivers pretty decently warded for them, as well as the one in the top jungle here. So Gnar's really starting to get quite huge as he's picked up only 2 kills, but 240 CS. He's, pretty well lost his lead against the Singe to split push for the most of the game. But still, I feel like Gnar is so much more impactful on the end game as opposed to the Singed. So Janna coming in, really trying to pick up as many of these wards and clear them out as she can. And this is where having those 3 lenses are going to make such a big difference as opposed to just that one. Now they do have the Amumu does have the pink ward, so he is able to just place it down at will. However, it's not quite as effective. You can only get one bush with the pink ward, as opposed to the sometimes two, depending on where you place it with the lens. So from what I'm seeing, it seems like there's a huge amount of magic damage coming out on the purple team. With a little bit of MR, the blue team might not actually have anything to worry about. So the ace in the hole coming out, and I see that a lot come out just to put in some extra damage. I'm not quite sure it's the best bet to put it on to the AD carry. Yes, generally they have lifesteal and it can heal it back, just like you're seeing there on the wolves, quite easily. I think I would prefer to see it on either the support or the AP mid, just to go ahead and put it on somebody who's not going to be able to heal it up quite as easily. Snar is coming into the bottom lane. He does miss his boomerang. He's just going to walk away. However, Singed is still proxying this. He's going to stop all the push in the bot lane, leaving it 4v1 or 4v4 and 1v1 yet again. The traps coming out, they are trying to just go ahead and take care of those. You have to be careful when taking care of those, just because wrong push and all the CC comes out, you get some big trouble there. So Banish Shot's coming up, however it is missed. Singe comes in from the teleport, he is trying to get in, the Cataclysm coming out. He does go ahead and get two people in the Cataclysm. However, there's a lot of flashes, some good AoE coming out. You see the Zhonya's immediately coming out from the Morgana. She's not really quite able to ult, though she does get a little bit in there. It's going back and forth. The purple team coming up and picking up the kill. However, we do see that Nars coming in. He just tried to pick up the kill onto the Singe. It's not going to be enough. Janna running for her life. However, with the Banish Toss coming out, she does go ahead and lose it. And it looks like this is going to be the ace for the purple team that they've definitely needed. And that's the huge thing with this AoE team comp. The amount of stun and the amount of lockdown that they have, by the time that the blue team can finally readjust, it's almost too late to do anything. So we are going to see the first inhibitor going down here. Amumu going to tank it for a little bit. All he has to do is just wait just a tad, and he has a lot of minions that can pick up the rest of that for him. But I guess they can't wait, the 3 seconds it took. So we are going to see the first one come here. They are going to have to immediately back as they're kind of low on HP. Mumu has 0 mana. He's going to be absolutely worthless trying to get out of there. But then huge turnaround for the purple team. They definitely needed that to stay in this game. As you can see, there are now 3 pink wards as opposed to the 2 for the in favor of the purple team. They are still maintaining more of a defensive posturing as opposed to the blue team, though they do have that 1 ward in the bottom jungle, so they can see when the red comes out. Way to go, guys. But with all the wards coming out on the blue team, I do say that they have a little bit better map control, just because they have offensive as well as defensive map wards. So with that, you have seen a complete turnaround for the purple team. They are 4 kills down. However, they have increased their lead where they were behind about 3,000. Now they're ahead by almost 2. So huge turnaround here. We'll see if getting that first inhibitor and finally getting that ace that they so desperately needed is what's going to push them in to win this game, or if it's just going to continue to go in the blue team's favor if it was just a fluke. So now we did see the TP coming out from the Singed. However, it's already halfway gone just because of the push and the time that's elapsed. Nar still has his TP up. He might get caught out just a little bit here. No, the Singed is just going to go ahead and clear the wave. So the Singed is doing pretty well exactly what he's been needing to do throughout the entire game here, which is stop the super waves, make some get into the back lane and cause some disruption so they can't just sit there and take pot shots. Nar being chased by the Singed. Singed really can't really do a whole lot here. And that's right, all you have to do is leap away right over the wall. And now Dragon's up, Baron's up. Now both teams are still on their second Dragon. If either team goes to get that movement speed buff, I would expect for the Baron just to be completely eaten for the most part, since the purple team is postured up towards the top. everybody knows that they were down at Dragon, and because of that, and already you can see that the Baron's going down. However, not quite as fast as they would like. It's going to be interesting to see if the blue team can get in position here. And no, they are going to lose a second Baron here. Cataclysm comes out, however, the Bandage Toss comes out. Not really a whole lot here. Amumu going in the background, really pushing everybody out. The Cataclysm not really doing a whole lot. You basically just getting onto the Singed here, and already everybody's going down for the blue team. So Jinx finally picking up a kill onto the Amumu. However, it is a tank for a support. And since the purple team is kind of full of supports or full of tanks, I don't really feel like it's that much of a difference. However, Singed is going to be stuck here just a little bit too. They do miss huge zap coming out to pick up the kill on the Singed. So they do lose Baron. However, they do pick up 2 kills as opposed to 1, and I would assume that they're going to try and make a push. However, they are going to lose the movement speed buff to the purple team. And already the purple team is I guess maybe somebody's listening and trying to improve their ward coverage here. But you are seeing some huge map coverage coming out for their team. And this is what I was talking about when you were going down into that dragon area. As soon as they see that, bam, it's pretty much a free Baron for them. So a little bit of a mistake for the blue team. They seem to be throwing a little bit here. They came out a little bit on top as far as the trade goes, since they fought into Baron. But just on the whole, they're really starting to slip here. So all the pink wards are still defensive wards for the purple team. I'm assuming that we'll start to see a few more, maybe in the bottom jungle of theirs, or even make them a little more offensive. Yeah, it is a close game. These are the kind of games that are so fun to watch and cast personally. The games that go back and forth. I wouldn't be surprised in the least to see the blue team come back and either win it all or just take the lead yet again as far as gold is concerned. So here we are at the 45-minute mark, a little bit past the 10 minutes, and blues took a 3,000 gold lead and basically turned it into a 1,500 deficit. Gnar coming in, he does lose his Banshee's Veil to the Dark Binding of the Morgana. However, they do have the Baron buff. They do have the ability to pressure a little bit more because of it. Singed in the top lane, they are doing the 4-1 push. Once again, just really taking advantage of the fact that Singed is really good at split pushing. So they're going to have to make a decision. Do they want to go ahead and fight this here before they get here, or is Gnar, and it looks like they're just going to send Gnar back to try and deal with that as they can hold. Blue team still has the ability to wave clear significantly better than the purple team does. So they probably will be able to hold that just a tad easier. However, the top lane turret for the inhibitor is taking some massive damage from the CS. So you're going to see it get knocked down just barely above half. The purple team ends up their siege posturing, and they end up backing as well to try and pressure and maybe take that inhib again, since they won't be able to defend with the turret. Alright, so now you are finally seeing the last totem being switched over to the Oracle Lens, while Jinx is going to maintain her stealth totem, or the sight ward totem. She will be the only one with it, as opposed to everybody else who's picking up the lens, and even now with an oracle as well. So I really feel like if purple team wants to maintain their lead, that Singed should continue to split push and really start to draw pressure away, while the rest of the team tries to siege, because they do have the ability, if they just do a hard engage 4v4, they're going to come out on top just because of the amount of CC that they do have. Blue, one-on-one, I feel like they have a little bit better team, but it's not a one-on-one game. So we are going to see Singed come in. It's going to be interesting to see if the Gnar is going to come and do anything. Yes, he does attack, but he just does it to walk away. Meanwhile, blue team is going to be a little bit late to the party. If they can rush this, they might be able to get some extra damage onto the tower. However, they're not quite quick enough. They will be able to put a little damage onto it, or none at all. So that ward clear, or the wave clear, just too strong for the blue team. Starting to see a lot more offensive wards come into this bottom lane. They do want that last outer turret pretty badly. As you can see, the amount of wards that are coming into the bottom jungle for the blue team. Is going ahead and ending that super wave. Going to start getting things pushing in his favor on the mid lane, and once again try to force them to make a decision. Do you want to stop the Singe? Do you want to stop the super lane? Or do you want to stop the 4-man push? Take your pick. Now the TP is back up for both teams, for both tops, and a good hit on the Jinx, but nobody's really able to follow up on it, and everybody's just kind of running away. Oh, she's a little late on the Zhonya's. They pick up the kill on the Morgana. Meanwhile, Singe is able to pick up the inhibitor. They're going to try and back to see if they can do anything. The J4 is all alone here. They do see the Curse of the Sad Mummy. J4 is going to go down here despite the ultimate from Janna coming out. It looks like Janna's in a really bad position too if they can continue to do this. Yeah, and she is going to... Ooh, Gnar picking up some huge damage. However... And there it is, the Jinx turning things around. And that's what I was talking about with Jinx, almost always able to single-handedly carry a game. She turned that around very well. Singe coming in behind, they are doing some hard chasing here. But it's not really going to be enough to do anything. So Caitlyn is going to escape with her life. Some good kiting there going on. You see a huge wave pushing in because they did pick up the inhibitor. So despite picking up the team fight, they do lose out on the inhibitor. And it is going to provide some pressure yet again for the purple team. However, the blue team is going to pick up their 4th dragon. I thought they were just on their picking up their 3rd, but they have picked up their 4th dragon here, and it's going to allow their minions to at least have a little more of a fighting chance against the enemy minions. There's huge waves pushing top for blue. However, I assume Morgana will come in and put an end to that fairly quickly. So Baron's up. You see the pinks come out for purple. Blue team's really not in a position to be able to completely contest due to the inhibitor being down. However, I don't think that it would be free. Once again, blue team's already starting to fix a few of their mistakes. As you can see, they're coming in within 500 as being down at 1.5 thousand, or 1.5, thousand, just a few minutes ago. So you see the word coming out. Blue team is starting to posture themselves in order to take the Baron. Now that there's no dragon, they won't have to worry about making the mistake of maybe they're should take Baron or maybe they should take dragon. So they can set up, they can posture a little bit better here. And we should see some action coming down over the Baron fairly soon. Flaring out the wards, they do have the Scuttle Crab, they do have the wards, so purple team will not be able to go in here unnoticed. If we're coming in, and you do see that Annie's hitting all alone. She comes out with the early Zhonya's. However, due to all the single target CC, she is just about destroyed. So that's a huge amount of CC and burst damage coming out. The Cataclysm coming out into the Singed. Not really the person you want, but you know it's not horrible either. The single target CC taking him down as well, and this should be an easy Baron with the huge tank and the huge amount of burst and CC for the purple team going down. Now, Amumu has stolen this once before, however, he's backing as opposed to doing anything else, just, I guess, trying to give it up. So, you see that coming out, you see the ultimate coming out, and the Zhonya's coming out for a quick, so you are going to see a stun. However, Morgana's going to go down as well, and purple team now is in a hard position as they try to defend 2v5 against a really high DPS team coming in to push on the mid lane. Now, they do have a huge Winyu wave pushing in on the middle lane, but the tank is just coming out. They don't care. So Xerath is going to take care of the CS. They are going to pick up the inhibitor quite easily, and it looks like they may just go ahead and try and pick up the second one as well. Mumu coming out. Ooh, there's huge damage coming out. They do pick up the kill onto the Caitlyn, and Mumu cutting out with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but there's huge damage coming out. And it looks like a Mumu might come down as well. He does. That's a huge crit with a rocket. They are going to be able to pick this second inhibitor turret up. And with 10 seconds left until anybody but Annie comes up, this is going to be an easy turret and possibly a Nexus turret. As you can see, Janna is picking up the ultimate there to try and give her team some health as they can set up. Singed is up now. They are going to try for this Nexus turret. It's going to see if they're going to be able to do anything whatsoever. And it is definitely going to go down. Cataclysm catching both of them, and he's not in a good space. Singed is going down as a single target CC comes out as here, and this might very well be game. Blue team's coming back, and it will. It is definitely going to be game. So some poor posturing on the part of the purple team definitely cost them that game. A lot of back and forth, a lot of fun to watch. Congratulations to the blue team. I have no clue what the team name is, but very well played game between the both teams. All right, so let me look over here. Let's see if I can pop this out first, this chat. Okay, I can't pop this out. Shoot, Twitch chat. Let's go ahead and look at the schedule. Today is the 7th. All right, so what is the team that we just got done watching, Dark? Lowly's Sports. I see. So it looks like Lowly Sports was the #1 seed, either by chance or by purpose. But either way, it looks like they will be going up against Cougar. It looks like Viv Adventures has advanced over Team Goosh, so congratulations to them. I'm sorry, Team Goosh. Good effort, though. So the only round 3 game left is the MNV, BMV, BNM, whatever your name means, versus Underground Gaming. So they will be the last round 3 games. As soon as we can get an invite from Lowly Sports and Cougang, I'm assuming we're going to be going in there for the semifinals. So congratulations to everybody making the semifinals. You are assured some riot points for this, from a minimum of 800 up to a maximum of 3,200 riot points. All right, thank you guys for inviting me. Once again, that was a really well played game on both ends. Really, just one mistake towards the end is what tipped the balance in Blue's favor and ended up winning the game for them. So extremely well done on Blue's part to take advantage of that one mistake, and extremely well done on the purple side team just to make sure that it was only that one mistake that really cost it for them. So extremely close game. I'm glad I was there for it. So here we are. We're just waiting for the last 2 members. It appears Peel and somebody else who's not here yet. Ant. Oh, he's underneath me. That helps to look around, Pharaoh. By the way, just out of curiosity, it looks like we do have both teams here, so we should be getting the champion link fairly quickly. But by the way, Dark did I don't suppose you messed around or embedded the that new thing that I sent you in the opening, did you? You don't have to talk. You can just send it to me in link or whatever. Oh, my son's coming in. Let me tell him good night. I'll be right back, guys.
Hey, Boo. Touchy.
All right, guys, and I'm back. Sorry. Thank you for your patience in that. Once again, I assume we'll be started fairly quickly here. So I guess Peel is not coming. Interesting. Maybe it's a misclick. Is anybody here? Can anybody hear me? Or is everything frozen? By the way, Winston Churchill, I enjoy your name. Some of my favorite stories involve Winston Churchill. Oh, I see. So apparently somebody's not ranked in solo queue. So confused. Alright, so here we are. We're finally getting to the champion select. Looks like we're looking at teams 2 and 7. So looking at my list here, I don't see 2 and 7 playing anywhere. I see 7 and 6 versus Viv and Avengers and Underground Gaming, and Lonely Sports versus Coup Gang. Anyways, we are seeing Azir coming out as the first team, or the first ban for the blue team. Still a little bit of decision making going on who they want to ban and where. And then it looks like they do end up banning J4, who was played in the last match extremely well, actually. Made a lot of good plays as far as zoning with Cataclysm and a lot of good pop-ups. Alright, so Lee Sin coming out as the second ban against the purple team. So I'm assuming that Loli is on the left and Kugang is on the right. Ari being banned as the second ban against Loli. And Loli coming out with a Janna who was actually played by them in the last match. Unless I have my teams backwards. Which is entirely possible. So, still a little bit of deliberation on who they want to ban. Last 10 seconds remaining though, so they better choose quickly. Maybe they just don't want to ban. No, Gnar coming out, who was played extremely well in the last match as well. So we are seeing that J4 and Gnar, which was played last game, is banned out. We're seeing Nidalee being picked up in the jungle, which is an increasingly popular pick as of late. Which, you know, I suppose it's not too bad. I haven't really been too fond of her ganks. I feel like they're just a tad bit lacking and reliant on that first spear chuck. But, you know, coming into the late game, if they do have a poke comp set up, she'll fare extremely well going into the late game. Now we are seeing Zed and Cassiope being left open. Both are pretty good. Rek'Sai as well, as he's even though he's been nerfed just a tad in the last patch, he's still an extremely popular and I feel like an extremely valuable addition to any team. And Irelia coming out as well, so it looks like we are going to see an Irelia top and maybe a Rek'Sai in the jungle. Both great pickups for their team. And so as time expires, they are going to go ahead and lock in on these characters. Alright, so nobody's really picking up anything on Loli Sports as of yet. Trying to figure out if they want to do any trades or what, which it appears they are, unless you're going to see a Renekton with an exhaust in the top lane. Highly unlikely. But Renekton looks like he might be coming out into the Irelia. Still nobody being picked up by Mismatch Stocks, and it looks like he's the first to actually pick. So, excuse me, having a bit of the hiccups. Lissandra was picked up as well as Renekton. Meanwhile, you are seeing a Leona coming out, who's been an extremely popular pick as of the last patch. Pretty much, Purple Team's coming out with really high-tiered champion picks. Let's switch over to Heimerdinger. I'm not quite sure if they're trolling or if they're, you know, hey, I like Heimerdinger just as much as the next guy. No offense, Dark Corp. But Anivia looking like he might be picked up also, so it could be Frost versus Frost. Bird versus Broad in the mid lane. However, they are switching over to Karthus now as well. Karthus jungle, extremely popular, very, very, very valuable on the team, I tell you. But no, then the switch over to Thresh. So Heimerdinger's still being covered over here. Maybe he's not troll. Maybe they're actually going to play Heimerdinger. Now switch over to Jinx the last minute. I knew you were trolling. Oh, Demi. So it looks like we're going to see a Jinx Thresh in the bottom lane for Kugang. Trouble memorizing that. So Morgana being hovered over would be an extremely popular pick. Even though she's not top champion tier at the moment, I still feel like she ranks pretty high up there. A lot of the CC and the Dark Shield that she can bring out, or Black Shield, I'm sorry, can be pretty invaluable if timed properly. Steve the Slayer kind of trying to decide who their ADC wants to play against the Jinx. They did pick that up. That is who I believe Steve the Slayer played last match was Jinx. I would expect probably a Graves. Oh, a Kallistra coming out. I really like Kallistra. I feel like in the right hands she's an extremely strong pick. So we're going to see a Callistra and Morgana in the bottom lane. It looks like we have a very mobile team with the exception of Morgana and a little bit of lack of CC on Renekton's part as well. Or CC, lack of mobility, even though with the slice and dice, he can get around fairly easily as well and into that back lane. So really all we're looking at is looking for the mid laner. I'm going to assume it's not a assassin type since they got a huge nerf with these last couple patches. So not to mention Fizz and Katarina are not going to do very well into Lissandra. However, they do switch to Kassadin just to rub it in my nose. I forgot about Kassadin as an assassin. So looks like we're going to see a Kassadin versus Lissandra in the mid lane, a Irelia versus Renekton in the top lane. Of course, as I've already mentioned, Callistra and Morgana versus Jinx and Thresh in the bot lane, and then a Rek'Sai versus Jungle Nidalee as far as jungles are concerned. So I'm pretty excited. I rarely get to see Callistra in action, but when I do, she's always played so beautifully. That attack speed and her ability to just run away on attack speed is pretty invaluable and makes her so mobile and high damaging. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch that bottom lane. We'll be able to see how well Pichumi is able to land those black shields in order to stop the Thresh death sentences here. So I really feel like the lanes that are going to be to watch are going to be the bot lane and probably the mid lane. I feel like the top lane is going to be more of a farm fest unless the jungles come in and really just try to make a difference in the top lane. With that being said, I do feel like the jungle's concerned, Rek'Sai definitely has the better ganking potential, as you know, with his tunneling and ability to knock up. It is going to make him a little bit more maneuverable as far as to get in and out for ganks. Not to mention, I do feel like he scales a little bit better as far as actual team fight goes, as he can get pretty tanky and still put out huge amounts of damage. Nidalee can as well, but she's really reliant on getting her mark on the enemy team. So I do feel like whoever wins mid lane and whoever wins bot lane will definitely be the team to watch. Now, if it's mismatched, hey, maybe we'll have a great game like we had just watched a second ago. Now, I probably am going to expect to see a little bit of counter jungling coming out from the Rek'Sai. If he's able to put Nidalee behind as well as pick up those ganks, it would be a huge gain for their team, because shutting down Nidalee, even though she's still going to scale pretty well with her spears if she builds AP or whatever she decides to build, slowing that down and delaying her mid game can only benefit Team Goop. Is that your name? Kugang. And yeah, I agree. Green Apple Sun, there is a lot of single target CC. It seems like all the Kassadins that I see, though, like they poke with their Q, but then they run away. Like they come in to secure the kill, you know, kill secured, and then they get out until they're huge. And then once they're huge, then you know it's almost too late. So it can definitely be a bad pick with all the single target CC with the dark bindings and the both the snare and the huge lockdown from the ult on Lissandra, and of course the slice and dice and into the stun on Renekton as well. But if he plays like the majority of Kassadins that I see, where they just come in and either KS or secure the kill, I really feel like he'll be a huge asset to their team. So here we are with the last 20 seconds, getting ready to move into what I affectionately call the skin wars, just because I like to see what everybody's skins are and kind of talk and compare. But hopefully we'll get into the load screen pretty quickly here. Maybe there won't be a huge delay with the black screen of death between here and the load screen. You'll have to forgive my voice. I've been struggling with a cold/sore throat for a couple weeks now, so I'm pretty much choking down my Sonic drink because I live in Texas. So orange, what's it called? Not the high C. What's the carbonated orange drink that everybody likes to drink? Either way, with vanilla flavoring, it's basically like drinking a orange icicle. So here we are with the sword fights. I'm definitely going with Bewitching Nidalee, even though I didn't really get to examine the skins in full just because I was too busy talking about myself. Just a young girl talking about herself. So last time we did see the blue team go for an early invade. We're going to see if we're going to see the same thing here, or if they're going to play a little more defensive than they did the last game. Now, I guess whatever they did in the last game did end up working for them, because they did end up picking up the match. But you know, different champions, different players, a lot of different variables could change what goes on here. So Lysandra immediately going up to the top, putting in the ward, and she does look like she's going to come back down. So I would assume that they are going to start trying to see some, invade. However, the early ward coming out, even though they do pick it up, it might very well put an end to that. And starting with the vision, that's kind of interesting. Good spear coming out. Jinx is going to be forced to back. Oh, and hit with the dark binding as well to stop it. The poke too strong. So Renekton is going to back. This is pretty much the exact same strategy that they had last time. Heart binding missing. That could have been a good kill, or at least a flash. But with Renekton coming out, gets death sentence to stop the back. Aurelia is going to have the top unless that Renekton decides to TP up. If he does not, he will definitely be on the defensive for the rest of the laning phase. So Renekton Rek'Sai opting to go for the red buff as opposed to the blue, since they have invaded here, giving him this blue buff. I would assume that he's immediately going to go for their blue buff, but that's what do I know? So, and already the Q is going to start making a dent into Kassadin's health here. Yeah. However, poking with the Q back again. So. The flask onto the Kassadin is going to do him some favor, or going to be in his favor here, as he'll be able to sustain quite a bit longer. But Lysandra is still going to have the ability to poke down significantly better. Rek'Sai already going for the Scuttle Crab. I've actually never seen that done before, where you go for that early Scuttle Crab. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Thresh picked up some damage, but Kalista picked up some damage in return. So I'm not entirely sure who has the better advantage there, but you know, I guess we'll figure it out. Renekton already put some huge damage onto the Aurelia in the top lane. She's coming out with the Flask 3 health pot start, so as she recognizes and understands the early damage that Renekton can put out and bought to compensate for it. Rek'Sai coming in from behind though, he does miss his Q. He's not going to be able to slow it here. Renekton's being forced to flash out, so a successful gank as far as I'm concerned up into the top lane. Picking that up, Aurelia, of course, with her Q farm, is picking up farm pretty easily without much to worry about there. Renekton is going to take the time to go ward, seeing that Rek'Sai was immediately top. Oh, but he didn't ward. However, the ping does come out to make people think that he did. Smart play, so he'll be gone for a minute or so, and then when he thinks it's down, Renekton will still know. Well, on to them Korean strats in the top lane. So Renekton, or Rek'Sai, picking up his dogs, whatever they're called. Just running along. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, of course, you can see Lissandra still consistently poking down Cassidy here. With her Ice Shard, that's what it's called. Cassidy's flasks are completely out. He still has his 3 health pots though. So despite being toked down, he's still going to have the ability to stay in lane for a little while. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Aurelia is still getting harassed the heck out here. She's really put on the defensive here. I expect this to be significantly closer than it is. The bot lane, the Jinx and the Thresh pretty much have the wave exactly where you want it to be. Just a little bit pushed above the turret, making it very hard to gank you, yet still not having to struggle with CS. And Renekton in the top lane, go ahead diving early and picking up that kill on Tyrelia. So first blood coming out onto Renekton, kind of a surprise if you ask me. I really thought that Aurelia would have a little bit more damage and effectiveness onto the Renekton early. You see Aurelia go ahead and TP back in. Not going to miss out on a whole bunch of CS, but the early CSing is in favor of Renekton. And of course the kill, so it is going to put him ahead. A good Dark Binding come down onto the bottom lane. You are seeing the Jinx, the Jinx being taking quite a bit of damage there for next to nothing. But I guess it might help if I rearranged my stuff here. There, now everybody's side by side. So Aurelia has finally picked back up in CS. However, she was not able to capitalize on that for her first back. Some good damage out, she gets the stun. However, Renekton putting the hurt right back on her. However, he is going to come out a little bit behind here, but she's able to get that stun. She might be able to, no, he does pick up that level 6 first just because of that kill. If you can get him with the slice and dice and get a good, oh, the damage so strong and filled with the AoE from his ultimate. Picks up the kill, strong play. I had no clue that the range was that huge on his little spin with the whatever gives him lifesteal. So, some good damage coming out on the Morgana. However, the Jinx in trouble here. The Nidalee coming in to try and pick up the kill. However, oh, but she is going to go down. She throws the spear, so it was a 1-for-1. Nidalee picks up a kill, but so does the Jinx, and Jinx is definitely the better hyper carry. So, not the best trade in my opinion, but not a horrible trade all the same. So Renekton backing as well. He still has his teleport up. Aurelia is half down. She does not have her flash. And Renekton will have his flash quite a bit sooner than the Aurelia will. So meanwhile in the mid lane, Lissandra is still picking up all the CS and still putting the hurt on Gaston here. Gaston is going to go ahead and go over and pick up on his blue. Now the dragon at this point in time the first dragon was taken at the 8-minute mark in the last game. So here we are, you can see things are a little bit closer this time. Not as much of a steamroll early for the blue team as it was in the last game. Meanwhile on the top, Aurelia really still trying to trade with him. I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure why. She's behind at this point quite a bit, and continuing to trade with him and just trying to get in and out is not going to work well for her. She needs to go ahead and just sit back and farm and take what she can, as opposed to just trying to all-in engage. Also, the Lissandra in the mid lane go ahead and take in that turret. So we saw a couple turrets go down by this time last game, and the dragon this time we just see the dragon and a huge steamrolling lead coming in favor of the blue team in the top lane onto Renekton. Now Renekton is the one that we had a little bit of concern about from I can't think of your team name for nothing. Coup Gang. Sorry. However, you are seeing the Coup Gang starting to posture for a dragon here. Blue team really not in a good position to do anything. However, Purple is not going to capitalize on this. They're going to just try and take advantage of some warding and see if they can't make sure that the blue team, that lowly gaming, does not get it. So Kallistra is ahead by getting close to 2 waves worth of CS here. Renekton coming in and putting out some huge damage onto the Aurelia. She is now saving her time or saving her stun to get out as opposed to trying to engage, harass, and get out again. Learning a little bit from her mistake. She's now 23 CS behind and 3 kills. Rek'Sai coming into the bottom lane. It looks like they are going to try and get a good gank out. A good Destiny coming in onto the Morgana. The Jinx missing everything there. However, you are seeing Aurelia coming in the bottom lane. Morgana is going to go down here. She is going to finally... Oh, Cassidy picks up the kills. Lissandra coming in. Her ult's still up. And she does finally end up using it onto the Cassidy. However, she is going to be forced to back. Renekton also coming in. However, he's getting chunked down quite handily here. Renekton does finally pick up the kill, though. Rek'Sai does get out due to a great... Lantern. However, the Lissandra just picking up kills left and right. Oh, barely missed on the spear. However, that was a really good trap to try and stop everybody. I don't know. Nidalee and her ability to jump. Really a huge pickup for the blue team there. This is kind of what we saw at the beginning of the last match as well, is that they took a lot of kills early, really got ahead early. This time they're a little further ahead than they were last game, though, actually. Last time it took them 30 minutes to be ahead by a minimum of 3,000. And here you can see that they're already ahead by almost 4. So, though they did lose a few people at the beginning and really called it close in a few, they do come out victorious in the team fight and pick up the first dragon of the game at 11 minutes and 10 seconds. So they are going to try and pick up this bottom turret as well. I think it's a little bit of a stretch. As you can see, everybody's coming back in now. But all in all, they are going to put out some huge amount of poke onto that before they're forced to retreat. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Aurelia is trying to go ahead and catch up on some of this farm. In my opinion, she should be trying to freeze this as opposed to push it. That way she can force Renekton to go in other lanes and she can get a little bit more of a free farm in. As you can see, with her pushing up, it is going to open her up for ganks and basically not allow her to farm as effectively. She's going to get caught out here. She's definitely going to go down. Oh, she ends up flashing away. And with nobody else to even come in close, she is going to end up getting away. So it does cost her her flash and really her ability to try and catch up and farm even more. However, you are seeing a 3-man push coming into the mid lane here. They are going to try and pick up another turret so that it'll be tit for tat as far as turrets in the mid lane go. However, with it full health and Lissandra coming in, they may be a little hard pressed. Nope, with 3 people here in the wave, they're definitely going to be able to take this. So outer turrets are going down in the mid lane for both sides. Good play there. Glad that Aurelia finally escaped with her life instead of going down just barely. She does come up. Renekton is still putting quite a bit of pressure onto the top lane, picking up some good damage onto that turret as well. As you can see that it's had health. Picking up some free damage from the turret. Aurelia trying to come in here, forcing the Renekton ult. The damage is so huge, man. A good spear coming out. However, she's not able to capitalize on it due to the traps and of course the flay coming out as well. Destinance coming in. She's not going to be able to pick anything up. Good zap coming out, putting out some good damage on the Nidalee as well. However, they are going to be set up to take to steal the enemy blue. So this will go down onto what I'm going to assume is the Lissandra, and it is. Meanwhile, on the top lane, still a lot of back and forth going. Oh, it could be her turn. Aurelia coming in. She wants it so bad. Here comes the Mega Dragon. Is going to come in and is going to finish the Renekton. No, it just barely misses. So good play from Renekton to go out instead of just running straight back. He is able to escape this line, and Aurelia with the no and wherewithal to stand back a little bit and not take the AoE lifesteal from Renekton. I think I didn't name that. Let me click real quick. Rek'Sai coming into the Ruthless Predator. No. Coal of the Meat is what that's called. So memorize that. If not, it'll forever be known as the AoE lifesteal move. So, You are seeing the blue really trying to push their advantage here. They are up by almost 4,000 here. You see a good ult coming out onto the Thresh. He is definitely stuck out, so a little too forward on his part, and blue team immediately capitalizes on it and punishes him for stepping in the way. Renekton continuing to farm. He knows that he can't really do anything in lane, which still astounds me that Aurelia continues to push the lane, even despite being down by so much. I mean, she's come in a little bit at it and brought it back into the 20s as opposed to what it was, but all the same, if she should freeze that, in my opinion, and really force the Renekton to live dangerously or not farm at all. Or you are going to see a 3-man gank coming up here into the top. Renekton being a little caught out here. You see some huge damage onto the Kassadin, and he's forced immediately back. Renekton is almost 1v3ing here. However, he's putting up some huge damage here. He does get stepped on by the traps. He is going to finally go down to the 4-man gank. However, not before he takes almost all of them to half health, and some of them quite a bit lower. So very impressive play coming out from the Renekton here. Just getting into the bulk of his game in the early, when generally he's huge terror into the tit for tat. Lysandra coming in, trying to get a huge amount of cheese damage onto them, but ends up getting stuck. And almost getting Lysandra with the, or almost getting Aurelia with the Q on the spear there. Extremely close, just a few more damage. Aurelia, oh, you know, she pissed her pants. So anyways, we are seeing the bottom turret going down in favor of the blue team, knowing that all 4 of the members of the purple team were up at the top, and that they did finally take out the Rek'Sai as well. That pretty much cleared them to take the second tier turret in the bottom lane. Now with everybody continuing to push, Renekton coming in, they are going to be able to take the second tier turret on the top lane as well, meaning only middle lane has the second tier turret coming out. So blue team is extremely aggressive in this game. I don't know if maybe they decided last game they weren't aggressive enough or what was going on, but this one they're taking no prisoners for sure and really forcing things. Some good Dark Bindings coming out. You see Thresh continually getting caught here. However, they do go in almost even pay for it. UDC Morgana immediately go down. Renekton goes down as well. Right now it's a 2 for 2. Thresh extremely low, and Kalista going extremely low as well. She better be careful as Cassie come in and ultimate and basically just skill shot her or AoE her to death there. So they are behind by only 5 kills. However, the turret advantage is putting them back by 6,000. Here we are, not even at the 20-minute mark. So and already you can see them trying to pick up the second dragon as well. This will give them the ability to punish towers just a little bit more, and this is going to be picked up without any contest whatsoever. So we are 2 dragons to 1, 12 kills to 7, 5 turrets to 1 being really the major difference here. And of course the top laner really has been the lane to watch. It's been the most active here in the semifinals match. We are getting a sub request in the Twitch chat. Dark, if you're listening. So meanwhile, we do have this pink ward kind of just being shoved out there by the purple team. But however, it is finally going to get spotted out here. It is going to go down, and Morgana picks it up. It's such a nice guy, Italy. So blue being picked up, or at least being taken down by Rek'Sai. I assume Cassie will be the one to pick this up. However, they are likely going to have... No, they're not going to have vision of it since they killed the extra minion just a second before they killed the blue. So good attempt to try and steal it. However, not quite. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Renekton still fooling Aurelia. Meanwhile, they are trying to clear as many wards as they can. A good death sentence coming out onto the Lysandra, however, not really able to posture or do anything with it. They are not going to be able to do anything to protect this turret as they are pushing so hard and they're so far ahead. They don't really have the wave clear to be able to defend against any prolonged siege, as opposed to blue, you know, with the Eye Shard, with the Reeve, I think is the name, the ability for Callistra. Oh, Rend and Pierce. With the Pierce ability to just be able to clear all those minions quickly, they're able to siege so much more effectively. Middle on the top lane, Renekton forced the back. They are going quite hard. A good attempt at the Dark Binding, however, just barely misses. Sandra getting hooked with the Destiny again. The Flay coming out, the Mega Death Rocket coming in. However, they're 2 of 3. They go in. I understand they're behind, but they're really not the team to stand for very long against any type of extended siege. Jinx still trying to clear some things, get some things pushing in her favor, but without any really slow push waves going for them. As you can see, the blue is slow pushing in the bottom lane. They're really in a tight spot here. They either need to go all in and just trade tit for tat and see what happens, or sometimes this extended siege is not going to end well for them if they just continue here. As you can see, they are continuing to push this here. They are going to force them to make a decision with the split push Renekton coming in, drawing some pressure. Meanwhile, all 4, instead of sieging, they're taking jungle. I'm so confused. Your Korean plays beyond this gold elo player. So you see some pings coming out. They have no clue what's going on. At this point, there's only 3 wards. 3 wards on the entire map for the purple team, for Gu Kang or Kang Ku something, GK, that's what you're called, Ku Gang. And all right outside of their base. I understand they're pressed, but at some point, you know, you gotta try and really retake control of the map. Otherwise, you're giving your entire jungle to them. And blue team's just gonna continue to get stronger as you sit and try to turtle it out. Renekton still pushing in the bottom lane. They are forcing the huge difference to switch between everybody. They are trying to get some good poke in as they continue to hit some damage. As you can see, their ability to poke, get in and out is so effective here. However, good Destiny's coming out. He's not going in on it though. He does get the ultimate off, but they're really not at any point to do anything. Lysandra just comes in and ults and ends up deleting the Thresh. Now it's going to be a 3v4 with a team that's not good against extended seed, trying to defend. And as you can see, as I said, it's not going to end well for them. They're just able to come in and basically pick the team apart with their poke, and then come in once they're ready and take the towers. Now Jinx is able to fend off Renekton as she is ranged and has that huge 700 range rocket. But man, it's just I don't know, if he turns around at any point, she could be in trouble as well. As you can see, the blue team has extremely advanced wards, both within the ring of the inhibitor turrets, as well as some deep wards in the top jungle, as they have very few wards in their own jungle, knowing how pressed and how defensive that they're forcing Gu Kang or Kangu, whatever you are. Sorry, purple team. I know I'm butchering your name. Knowing how defensive they're forcing them to be, they really don't have to worry about too many defensive ward. Looks like they are setting up for their 3rd dragon. So this will add the movement speed buff, which will make it that much easier to get in and out and poke and basically pick up the different fights that they want. Now you are starting to see a few more wards coming out into the jungle, so it's giving a little bit more vision. However, it's just not enough. I don't know, I know how hard pressed it is, and I know when you're in that position how hard it is to get out and actually ward without the fear of being picked. But when it comes down to it, I don't know. I'm a little bit at a loss as what the Gu Kang can do in this position here. So you see a lot of, basically all of the tunnels have been destroyed outside of the blue team space. However, Irelia is being caught too far out here. There's a huge amount of damage. The Dark Binding coming in. It looks like Irelia is definitely going down. However, Renekton's in the bot lane, trying to do what he can, trying to pick up the kill. He just barely gets out alive. Rek'Sai running away for his life. So they do trade top laners. However, at this point, the top laner for top laner is not. It's a much better advantage for the blue team. He's already so far ahead. As you can see, they are posturing to get the Baron here. They picked this up. I can almost guarantee that this will be result in another inhibitor turret going in. However, they are being forced to back people just a little too low. Oh, Lissandra not quite able to get in where she needs to be. Dark Binding coming up, however, it does miss. Ooh, but Nidalee taking 1-for-1 onto the Jinx. It looks like the Thresh is going down as well. Nidalee picking people apart. Rek'Sai definitely out of here. And Irelia coming in trying to do what she can. However, this boost speed and the mobility onto the Nidalee is just way too much at this point. You see Renekton coming in as well. He does flash in. He does get the slice and dice off and the stun. However, he gets stunned as well. Spear is still missing. And Irelia does manage to escape with her life. So some good teleports coming out from both sides. A really, really good play coming out from the blue team. I thought the purple team definitely had a chance coming in just based off of how low everybody was. But their ability to turn around and the massive amounts of damage that they're putting out at this point just simply overpowered Kugang. Keep messing you up. So Lonely Sports with an effective lead, over 10,000 gold at the 25-minute mark. Really digging that trench or grave, so to speak, for Kugang here. So they do have a good slow wave pushing in the bot lane. However, Daily's going to come and fix that up with the top lane being forced in by super minions. They really don't have the ability to take advantage of any slow push waves to try and siege a different lane. As you can see, Lonely Sports has all of the turrets up, save the outer one in the mid lane. So Baron is still up. We've seen just a brief play at it from the blue team, but being so low and really not having the just all around sustained damage, since they're more of a burst damage type of team. They weren't able to really capitalize and take that Baron. However, we are starting to see a few wards coming out, which I think is definitely good for the purple team, for the Kugang, because they really need to start getting a little more vision. Some huge damage coming out from the Thresh. He's going to be forced to back there because if he stays much longer, he will definitely be cat food would be my best guess. Still trying to take down all of the turrets that they can. With everybody posturing here and Renekton coming into the top lane, I would expect to see maybe an engage with the Morgana into the team, and immediately into her Dark Binding or Soul Shackles. I'm sorry. So Renekton does pick up that inhibitor. It's going to continue to keep pressure into that top lane, and he's just going to run back out and see if he can't posture into the mid lane, I'm assuming, in order to put a little more pressure there as well. Now everybody seems to be dispersing. I feel like if they'd kept the pressure on in the bottom lane, that this would definitely be a turret right now, seeing as everybody's left. Purple team, the Kugang, definitely trying to keep wards onto Baron so that they can at least make an attempt on trying to steal it. But at this point, Lonely Game is definitely keeping concerted effort on keeping wards out so that the Kugang has no clue what they're doing. At this point, you're seeing a 70 CS difference between the top laners. You're seeing a 22 CS difference between the junglers, 70 CS difference just about between the mid laners, and actually Jinx is ahead by about 40 CS, the only one besides the support who's actually winning in CS at this point. So that's yet another blue. Dragon's going to be up in 30 seconds. This is likely to be the fourth dragon for the blue team. It'll be an uncontested dragon, most likely. And this would give their minions some pushing power and just add that much more pressure onto Kugank. The purple team, Kugank, definitely trying to get a little more awareness into what's going on in their top half, keeping that Baron warded. Now you saw the lens coming out there. Lenses do not pick up on the pink wards because they only see the invisible things. So they still have no clue that pink ward's there, and it's been there for quite some time. And as predicted, here's the fourth dragon coming out for Lowly Gaming. This will give them some pushing power and definitely help in that siege, which they've been attempting to do to begin with. You are seeing some pings coming out onto Baron, so they might be trying to get some waves pushing here and then going in and taking that Baron. As you can see, Renekton's coming into the top lane. He might be able to draw a little bit of pressure there. Everybody else is trying to get back into that bottom lane yet again and see if they can't take that tower as well. Trap coming out. Italy basically begging for somebody to step on it. Good Dark Binding coming out, taking Kassadin down to half with the help of Lissandra there. Now they have all 5 members of Lowly Gaming down into the bot lane. A good zap coming out to hit Lissandra. Some action is definitely going to be coming down here pretty quick as they continue to just hack away at this bottom turret. As you can see now, that is down to half. Destinant's coming out. However, Thresh is caught and he gets destroyed. A little bit of a mistake there, and this could very well turn into GG very quickly. As you can see, that Kassadin is now caught as well. He does end up going down. This is going to be a second inhibitor, and with 2 members down, this is going to be an extremely tough defense for the Kugank. And here you can see the minions have pushed up effectively well. That's part of the power of the 4th dragon here, basically overpowering the other minions coming up. They are going to take all 3 inhibitors now. And with that, they are going to leave to go get that Baron. Basically, they want no mistakes here, no hesitation. They're just going to take out everything that they can. Couple members back, however, they do appear to have. I thought she would have home guards, but it looks like they don't have home guards. Maybe boot enhancements aren't as popular and needed as I've always thought they have. As you can see, the blue team is starting to posture with all waves pushing, and of course with the added Dragon buff as well. It's going to be an extremely tough defense for them to try and steal the Baron, as well as maintain a decent line of defense here. Huge damage coming out from the spear, punishing Rek'Sai for even attempting to come in and do anything with that tunnel there. Zone with all waves, once again pushing in favor for Lowly Gaming. This is going to be an easy Baron for Lowly Gaming. First Baron Nashor does come out at the 32-minute mark. This is at the point last game when we saw, well, about 2 minutes prior to the point in the last game where we saw that Lowly Gaming was actually behind by about 1.5 thousand gold. They're now on a commanding lead of 15,000. They're going to pick up this inhibitor yet again, and then they're going to try and push in and basically put the boot on the throat of this game. Dark Binding come out, but it does miss. However, we are starting to see it come in. Some decent damage coming out onto the Renekton there. Good rocket coming out from the Jinx. Destinant's coming out and lands with Lissandra. However, the Black Shield has prevented it from doing hardly anything. And with everybody continuing to push in with these minions, they are going to make some huge damage onto that turret. As you can see, it just about falls over for them. Rek'Sai coming in, trying to do something. He's immediately destroyed. Nobody else willing to go in with it. And it looks like this is going to be GG. Lowly Gaming has come and beaten Coup Gaming in the semifinals, and they will advance into the finals. So congratulations to Lowly Sports. Good job on Coup Gang to survive as long as they did. That was a very harsh game for them. Lowly Gaming put the pressure on early and just went ahead full throttle. With that Lonely Sports advances, it looks like Viv Avengers and Underground Gaming are still underway, so we're going to have to wait for the end of that game before we can figure out who's going to be in the finals here. Alright, so apparently it might be a bit of a wait for the finals match. I'm assuming that, with that being said, their game is much like the game we saw 2 games ago, and that it's fairly close and a lot of back and forth, which kind of makes me a little upset that I didn't get to watch it. But all the same, may the best team win. I'm looking forward to an exciting finals match coming up, and seeing who ultimately will come out on top. So that being said, from my gold dealer perspective, I didn't really see anything that Coup Gang could have done to turn that around once they had lost all of their second tier turrets. Is anybody listening that's Challenger or Master or even Diamond, if they could have told me maybe what they could have done a bit differently, that way I can gain a little bit better understanding on league tactics and back and forth, that would be much appreciated, because anything I can do to increase my knowledge will only help me escape my personal Evo hell, and by personal I mean what I make of it, because you can either carry or you don't. It's one way or the other. So any thoughts, any remarks as far as that matter is concerned would be very much appreciated. Apparently, I can spec in for the other part of the semifinals. If that's the case, I'll wait till Dark gets in, and then I will happily join, and we can finish casting out the other game. Okay, so Dark, if you are actually watching it now, it doesn't show that you are in the game. So I can't actually watch you off of here. So let me look it up off of Elevon Nexus. Can I get a name of somebody on that team so I can look him up, please? Alright, so here I am getting into the actual match now. Have a lot of the same people on Underground Gaming that was just in this last match as well, as far as champions. Nidalee, Morgana, Lissandra, and Thresh. Some differences that we're seeing is we have Pantheon, Sivir, Galio, Vladimir, and Ezreal and Gnar as well. So here we are at the 34-minute mark is where I'm at. Close game, 65,000 on the blue team, which I think is not Underground Gaming, but the other people. Viv Avenger. Alright, so continuing on here. 40 to 35, 6 turrets to 5, and of course 65,000 to 61,000. So let me rearrange everybody on here. Some huge damage coming out of the Gnar there. Destinant's coming out to catch Lissandra, however, it's not really much to do there. You see huge damage coming out. The Galio going in, trying to get as many people as he can. He does catch the Lissandra, he does kill Lissandra, however, they're going back. No, the Lissandra still is, I missed that. Morgana ends up going down, however, the Narc gets his GA popped. Still, Pantheon's coming out, they're trying their best to get that as well. He has to ult in order to get out, he's trying to stun, however, they are going to be able to pick him up as Galio does come out with his Q to pick up the kill. Now, Nidalee is very mobile, she's going to try and get out here, but it does not look like, Viv Avengers are going to be able to catch up and finish that out. However, with a 3-for-4, a 2-for-4 advantage out of that win, they might very well be able to pick up the first inhibitor turret of the game, or second inhibitor turret of the game here. And then as they do, as you can see, Sivir's just demolishing that turret there. Trying to finish it as the rest of the team's looking, saying, what's going on? They are going to pick up the inhibitor as well. And with that, they're going to have to back out as Nidalee does try to come back in, and Morgana's up as well. Lissandra's coming up, 10 seconds left on the Gnar, and it looks like everybody is coming back up. So a huge trade-off. You did see the flash coming in for Galio, so his flash won't be up for another 6 minutes or so. Or, I'm sorry, 4 minutes or so. So he is going to not be able to engage, or at least jump in like he did in that last fight. Now Sivir comes in, she has some huge damage items coming out here with the Bloodthirster, IE, and what I'm going to assume is going to be a Mercurial Scepter. Or what is that other one that gives you mana as well? But either way, she has some huge damage coming out. As you can see, a couple crits coming off of 1,084 total damage. With the Last Whisper as well, she didn't go much into attack speed, which I assume is because she can compensate with her ultimate. But however, her amount of damage that she's going to be able to put forth is huge. As you can see her, she is sitting on 448 AD. And of course, she did end up getting the Mercurial Scepter as well, so she will be able to get out of some of them stuns or Dark Binding. Now they are posturing, or both teams posturing around Dragon here. They are trying to go ahead and pick this up. This could be yet another good fight. However, you're not going to have that flash. However, Pantheon is coming in. He calms it down, but you do see everybody come out quite quickly. Galio coming in. He does pick up the Morgana and the ult. However, he ends up going down. Both teams coming in. They see Zhonya's coming out from both teams. However, the Vladimir is able to just walk away, as opposed. Gnar in a bit of trouble here. Thresh coming in for the kill. He's running. Run, Gnar, run! Pantheon coming in. He's going to be a little too slow. However, he does end up having missed the spike coming out to destroy that, as well as Vladimir is teleporting to the top, picking up that second turret, and go ahead and get him pick up the second inhibitor in the game as well. Things are really starting to look quite grim for Underground Gaming as they can push in here. As Morgana's going to be the only one coming up with 3 seconds and a minimum of 12 seconds coming up on everybody else. Both of these turrets are going to go down, and this is going to end up being a good game in favor of Viv Avengers. So extremely well played. Much shorter game than I originally expected when I first saw the score coming into this. So extremely well played by Viv Avengers from what I saw to close that out as soon as I get into it. I have to exit the game because it didn't pop up. Alright, so it looks like it is going to be Viv Avengers versus Lonely Sports in the finals match. And of course, the third place match will be between Ku Gang, who we originally just watched, and then Underground Gaming. So as soon as we can get some invites coming out from them, hopefully we can get into some games here. Alright, so basically just waiting on some invites so we can finally get into the finals match here. At least I think we are. Alright, so it looks like we have picked a few more viewers for the finals match here. Welcome to all you who are just joining us. Stevie the Slayer, I believe you are on Lowly Gaming, I believe. So you're playing extremely well. Yeah, Stevie the Slayer, there you are. Congrats on your wins. Looking forward to seeing you play in the finals match. Stevie, once you get the game made, would you mind inviting myself, Pharaoh, and Dark Corpse, please, sir? There's the invite. Thank you, sirs. While we wait, I will definitely be working on a few things for this graphic design stuff. Alright, so it looks like we're only waiting on the last member of Lowly Gaming. There's Ixenbay. Top laner who basically destroyed Aurelia in the last match. I would say that really and truly he's the one who started the downward spiral for Team Coup Gang. And really, it was just a downhill spiral from there. Everybody else really started to pick things up, especially when Renekton started roaming a tad. And so here we are. Both teams have everybody invited and ready to go. As soon as both teams give the ready, we'll get in the champ select, and we'll get finals underway here. So again, my name is Pharaoh. I'm shoutcasting the finals match for tonight's 5v5 tournament, where 3200 RP to the winning team, and of course a Triumphant Rise skin as well. Second place team will of course win 2400. Third place team will win 1600, and last place team will win 800, which of course I'm sure if you're listening, you're all aware. So the stakes are high for this game. Difference between a skin and 800 RP. So it looks like Viv Avengers is definitely ready to go. And now we have the good okay for Lowly Sports, and we do finally get into the champ selection here. So first band coming out is J4, which was played a couple games ago by by Lowly, I guess Sports, not Lowly Gaming. Nidalee being banned, I guess they saw the last match, or at least a portion of it. Pantheon, the second band, come out. Pantheon was played in the last match by Viv Avengers. I'm assuming to great effect since they've banned this game. Janna being picked up, which is a pretty good band, and then of course Sivir coming out as the last band for Lowly Sports against Viv Avengers. I would expect either a Jinx ban or pickup from Viv Avengers here. Ahri, so I guess Ahri was played extremely well earlier in the tournament. They've been banned just about every game against Lowly Sports here that I've seen. So Lee Sin being the first one picked up for Lowly Sports. Viv Avengers looks like they're hovering over Anivia, which is an all-around decent pick, but not really a lot of strength. The Heimerdinger troll, at least I assume. What do I know? So War Legend yet to hover over a champion of any sort this time. Thresh finally being changed over from Heimerdinger over into Nami. Nyabaron, the summoner of revolving champions here. Vi being hovered over now. Looks like they will finally pick up Vi. Maybe they might be looking for a Yasuo type pickup here. It's a couple of knockups that they have. Chumi, the support player, is going to not do anything yet. And then of course Facial Hair doing the same. Once again, we still see that Zed and Cassiopeia are open. Thresh being covered over by Pachumi. Of course, Rek'Sai is open as well. Here we see Lissandra being covered over again. Lissandra's played extremely well last match as well. Pretty much bullying Kassadin to the point where he couldn't really do quite much. Lux being hovered over by the Mango on the purple team. She has a lot of range. She can put out a lot of burst damage. I'm not quite sure if she really fits into her team or not, but we'll see what happens. Graves was hovered over as well as Jax. Graves would be an extremely good pickup as they have the team for it with the AoE engage and all in. So he would be a good pickup. He's also quite one of the two strongest ADCs right now, in my opinion. If you're not a big fan of the new Tristana, though. I myself am. I really like the changes that they did onto Tristana, even though it does kind of nerf the AP Tristana support that I love to troll with. So we are seeing Graves and Lux being finally locked in. Looks like there will be quite a few changes going on. Well, probably just the Mango and Rumble in the jungle. Steve the Slayer and Ixinbei, the mid and top laner, respectively. Coming over, it looks like they're picking up a Irelia. And I would assume we're probably going to see a Jinx coming out for Steve the Slayer. Or York. So they are going to settle with actually Ezreal as well. So they still have quite a bit of poke with the Sonic Wave, the the Q, which I want to say is Astral Shot, but I don't think that's actually what it's called. From Ezreal, and of course the Ice Shard from Lissandra. Also, looking like they're going to have quite a bit of engage and a decent amount of CC with the Thresh, Lissandra, and Irelia. Renekton being hovered over in exchange, which was what was played extremely well against Ixinbei last match. And switching now over to Malphite as well. I think the Malphite would possibly be the best for their team composition. However, in just terms of, from what I saw in last match, Renekton does extremely well into Irelia. And yes, X-Reaper98, this is indeed the finals match. The winner of this game will be the final winner of the tournament and pick themselves up 3200 RP, as well as the Triumphant Rise skin if they do not already have it. Right, so with that, looks like both teams have finally settled into what their matches are going to look like. So it looks like the bottom lane is going to be a matchup of Ezreal Thresh versus Nami Graves. In the jungles, we're going to see a setup between Vi and Lee Sin. Mid lane, of course, as you can see, is going to be a Lux versus Lissandra, and then top lane is going to be yet again another Renekton into Irelia. So last game we saw Renekton handle Irelia quite handily. Irelia from the very get-go giving it first blood and then really never able to come back, which I think is partly their fault because Irelia kept just going in expecting to be able to trade and get out with no issues, and instead would come in, stay a little too long, and then get caught and just completely demolished as Renekton continued to grow steadily, both from CS and from the kills. It would be interesting to see if it was just a player skill matchup or if it's actually a champion choice, and see how that goes. In the mid lane, it's going to be Lissandra versus Lux. I do feel like Lux has the range. She can stay back a little bit and farm a little more effectively with her Luminosity. However, the Lissandra is going to be a tad more mobile, so she's able to her way through the snare from Lux and get in close and snare Lux rather instead. You might see some huge damage coming out onto the Lux instead. However, you do see a mismatch of summoner spells here with Lissandra picking up Ignite versus the teleport from Lux. So I assume Lux is going to sit back and really try to farm it up and really just focus on getting strong based off the CS as opposed to the kill, which Stevie the Slayer is going to be going for here. Now going into the jungle, you are going to see once again Lee Sin versus Vi. Vi definitely has a better engage. I don't feel like she has the best the best ganking potential, at least in comparison to Lee Sin. Now, with that being said, Vi still has a very strong gank with her ability to gap close, and of course once she hits 6, her basically ability just to run through everything and knock the target up into the air. However, I would expect to see the Lee Sin much earlier doing the ganking and to much greater effect. As the game progresses, I would expect to see Vi start to take a dominating lead based off of how the teams are doing. But at least early, Lee Sin should come out on top. On the bot lane, it's kind of going to be an interesting matchup to me. You have the poke master of all ADCs, in my opinion, with Ezreal and his ability to basically astral shift in and out. And of course use his whatever his Q is, Mystic Shot maybe, to poke with, versus Graves, who has a little bit shorter range but a much higher burst potential. If any of these bubbles do end up landing onto Ezreal, which is going to be a little hard due to his astral shift, I would see that lane start to tip in his favor. But right now he's pretty much top tier, maybe right behind a Jinx on equal skill level, and he basically goes extremely well into the late game as well. So it's kind of an interesting matchup. I do like the Nami pick over Thresh personally, just because I feel like she brings a lot more to the table. Thresh, he does have his dissonance. He does have a really good flay. I don't know, the speed up, the slow down, the extra damage, the hard engage and knock up and slow down and everything. From the Nami, I feel like she just brings so much more utility and will be a little bit more versatile as opposed to the Thresh. So here we are coming into the load screen. Last time we missed the skin wars due to my obsession with my drink. But this time, I don't know. I've always been a fan of Muay Lee Sin, but I kind of like the Infiltrator Irelia skin personally. I'm gonna have to give it to Irelia, but on the whole, skin wars go to Lowly Gaming again.
I consider friendship a compliment.
So the past few games that we've watched, Lowly Gaming went ahead and warded their blue, but then went for a hard invade into the bot blue. I don't know if we're going to see the exact same thing here, which it doesn't seem that we are. It seems that they might be going into for a hard engage into the red. But you did see some pings going out to see more of a defensive posturing up into that red portion for their team. So they might get caught out. But it's going to be a little interesting to see how this all plays out. Now, Renekton's kind of in a bad spot. If he can get hit with a Sonic Wave here, he might be in trouble. The ward coming out, the Sonic Wave does come out, but not really anybody else there to follow up on it. Meanwhile, you are seeing that Vi, Nami, and Graves are still kind of posturing in the bottom river, and they might try to go for a counter,
30 seconds until minions spawn.
invade. But it's really going to be hard to say one way or the other. A lot of pings coming out on the blue team as for where they are. Maybe since they are switching and invading the top rather than the bottom, you might see a lane switch and see Irelia go down into the bottom lane versus Graves and Nami, and see the Ezreal Thresh head up into the top lane. No, apparently not. They're backing. Throw out everything I just said.
Minions have
Or is
spawned.
it just me?
So here we are going to see a basic start here. Irelia and Lissandra still in the top lane. They are going to try and get some early damage on here. The cheese is real, but they don't really do anything here. They just pretty much let him walk right on by and miss out on some extra damage there. Now Lee Sin is going to try and come out and pick up this red. He's still doing for the invade here. Just a little bit different than they have been in the past few games. Meanwhile, Vi is starting Gromp as opposed to blue, but I assume it'll quickly lead into the blue. So with Ezreal and Thresh getting there a little late, they do confuse the Viv Avengers, thinking that Lee Sin started at the golems when actually he invaded the red. So I see a lot of mind games coming out for Lowly Sports quite often, whether it be the not warding, just playing in the top lane, or not. Meanwhile, on the top, you are seeing that Lee Sin is getting ready. However, he has been spotted by the minions a little too early. A lot of good stuff coming out, just not enough follow-up on the Irelia. But it is going to force Renekton to back yet again, and it's going to give Irelia the CS lead as well as a level lead as well. So extremely good play by them to go ahead and set that lane up in favor of Irelia. Meanwhile, you are seeing that Vi has counter-invaded and is picking up the red buff there in the bottom jungle, since they did see Lee Sin come up to the top. Lee Sin is going to back. He's not going to be able to pick up this red. And she's leaving a minion quite troll. I would have thought they'd prefer to have the timer as opposed to just stopping Lee Sin. But however, he does scale extremely well in the early game. It's one of the strongest early games in the game. So still some good damage. The Destinus barely misses onto Nami. The poke already coming out onto Nami. While I'm down here, I guess I'll check and make sure that his Q is actually called. It is Mystic Shock, an Arcane Shift. So there you go. Now on the top lane, Irelia already putting some heavy damage onto the Renekton. He is going to be forced to back. No, he's going to stick around. Ballsy, but I can understand she can't really dive him with her current health. If he gets one stun, then he's pretty well done. So good job. That good bubble come out from the bottom lane. Thresh picking up some good damage here, but some good damage is coming back onto the Graves. Now Ezra is at half mana, and looks like he has not used his potion yet. So he is going to pick up a little bit in that he still has his potion to rely on and can take a little more poke than Graves can. But being at half mana means he's going to lose his ability to poke fairly soon. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, no, in the top lane, I missed that completely. Renekton does finally go down. Irelia has turned it around. That Lee Sin gank into the top. He is definitely trying to make it. He definitely knows that there is a champion mismatch in the top lane, and he's doing everything that he can in order to fix that, so that Irelia can come out on top early. Because once she finally gets steamrolling, got to her play, and she can pretty much use that pretty effectively. Now Vi coming out. You see the huge TP coming back in. This could be a huge kill, but Vi does end up going down. So they do pick up 2 kills in the top lane for 1, and an assist. But so ultimately it does go in favor of their kill. And meanwhile, the bottom lane, Lowly Sports already putting on the pressure early, picking up a double kill in the top lane and in the bot lane. As you're getting a little low, they're going to try and push this out to deny as many minions as they can on the Graves and Nami and back. But with them already coming back, it doesn't look like they'll be able to deny very many. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Lee Sin's kind of getting all over the place, which is what he's well known for, is his ability to get around and gank quickly. Putting some pressure into the mid lane and trying to get as many lanes going in his favor as he can. So you are seeing the ward finally coming out a little deeper into the river than I would have expected, especially with Lee Sin's ability just to ward hop over into that bush. You might not ever see the gank coming. So Irelia has picked up 2 kills. She is ahead by 5 CS, and she has the flask, some damage, and some easy boots to get in and out on. But it is going to be a little bit easier for her. However, she does hit 6 a little bit later. Meanwhile, on the bottom, you are seeing some wars already starting there. Lux is starting to disappear. She looks like she is going to try and come in for a gank, knowing that pink ward's there. She knows she's not going to be spotted unless she just stays a little close, which she seems to be doing here for the pink ward there. She's coming down. She can land a good snare, which she does hit. There's going to be some huge damage coming out. And Ezreal's definitely going down. There's some huge damage coming out into the Thresh as well. They can only wait, and there's going to be some huge damage onto that bottom turret. Or possibly set up to get that first dragon of the game, which is approximately the same time that we saw 2 games ago, and that it was the 8-minute mark when it finally went down. So some good damage coming out. Sandra trying to come in at the bottom. She knows that the pink ward said there's not going to be anything there, and the bubble missing. We do see everything starting to come in. A huge ult coming in. Graves taking a lot amount of damage, all that snare, and he is going to go down here. Now Thresh coming in, trying to get a little bit more, but due to the Tidecaller's blessing, she's going to get out as well with the flash. However, double flash coming in as well. Thresh running for his life, so a little bit tit for tat. However, now Lux is already back into the mid lane. He's putting some heavy pressure into the mid turret as well. We're back into the top lane. You are seeing Lee Sin coming in for the gank. Irelia coming in. She's a little bit of trouble. She is going to try and get out of here. Huge damage, and luckily for the Sonic Wave and the follow-up, she does escape with her life and pick up a 3rd kill onto the Renekton in the top lane. So Lee Sin putting huge pressure up into the top lane, trying to secure that lane for Irelia, who's much better into the late game than Renekton. Renekton definitely blossoms into the mid game. So here in the bottom, you do see that both the ADCs are level 5. The item difference is a Vamp Scepter and a Pickaxe for Graves, which is some early damage, versus the Sheen, which is pretty common for Ezreal. I assume he'll be able to Phage next and then finish up with the Trinity Force. So here in the mid lane, you do see that Lux is just back out of mana. Vi taking some huge damage from these whips here. If anybody comes up on her, she definitely is going to go down. But looks like she's in the clear as nobody else is coming up. Aurelia finally backing. Has a 2 CS wave lead over the Renekton, and a 2 kill lead as well. The Renekton is starting to pick up some health, as well as a little bit of damage and armor. He's willing to wave clear, pushes so much harder. Meanwhile, you are seeing the people going in for Dragon. You see the ward coming out, the teleport coming in, and they do pick up the Dragon. But what is it going to come at? What Lissandra coming in, she's trying to get in on the Lux. She's not really able to do anything, so they do flash out / get out pretty easily. So it's a Dragon for nothing, and they end up picking the TP as well. So with that, after he's left to free farm in the top lane as Renekton is trying to get back. If Lissandra can keep him there, it'll be all the better for her. Meanwhile, she is in the top lane. She is pushing quite hard, trying to get as many of these CS out of the way before they can come up and try to catch up at all. However, we do see that Vi is trying to put a little bit of pressure into the lane, but she does back out. Lee Sin taking some huge damage. If he doesn't have his flash, he might be in trouble. Thresh having to come back with the lantern to keep him from a little bit of embarrassment of dying from the red buff there. So meanwhile, going back to the bottom lane, you start seeing that Thresh is going to be backing. The bottom lane turret for Lonely Gaming is extremely low at this point. Pretty much what the Viv Avengers are missing in health on their bottom lane turret, that's exactly what they have in health in the bottom lane turret for their own. So you do see Lux coming up to the top, trying to get a gank onto the Irelia. She does escape with her life. It looks like she had to flash though to get out. Renekton is still putting some huge damage. His ability to AoE and the range on that AoE is still quite huge, as we saw in the previous game. You are starting to see everybody else come back up. You see that Renekton has in fact put a ward just in time to try and avoid the gank. And of course there's a ward in mid lane as well, so we do see that Lux is going to be able to get out as well. However, Renekton coming in, putting out some huge damage, his ability to get in and out. Lee Sin trying to come around. He might be able to catch in on this counter gank here. As you can see, Vayne is going to be there. He misses the Sonic Wave though. And they're just going to have to basically posture and try to keep everybody off in the line ready to continue to farm here. So she still has almost a 3 CS wave lead. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, I saw her running. I didn't think she was close enough to quite get that. I guess the Ignite finally picked up the kill on the Lux. So they're going to put some huge damage here. Vi rushing towards the mid lane, trying to get there in time. However, the mid lane turret is going to take some massive damage. In fact, it may go down. No, they basically barely get out, but they do take down all of that. CS Vi's realizing there's nothing she can do, she just backs off. So this will be the mid turret, and it'll be the first turret of the game here at the 12-minute mark. So Irelia, really with her ability to consistently lifesteal, is really starting to put some good pressure in onto the Renekton. So those early ganks from Lee Sin is really pressured to put things in her favor up in the top lane. Meanwhile, you do see Vi in the bottom lane, Lee Sin coming in. They are trying to get a good play, good kick. The Tidal Wave comes out, Nami goes down. However, you are seeing a lot of damage come out. Graves going down as well. The TP coming in. Vi in trouble here. She's trying to go to him and trying to get him to Ezreal. Ezreal's running for her life. Play comes in and saves her life. The TP is canceled, and Lux coming in. Lee Sin picking up the kill on Vi. However, Lux there, just perfect time to put in her final spark in order to pick up the kill onto Ezreal. So well played, even though it was kind of blindly shot. Good guess as to where they could be in order to pick up that kill and turn it in for at least a 3-for-1 as opposed to for a 3-for-nothing. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Irelia is still pushing quite hard, but Renekton being forced to back here. It looks like he does. No, he does not have his TP up, so this is going to be some good damage onto the turret, as well as some missed CS on his part, putting him even further behind as he's now 25 CS behind. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you are seeing Lux trying to come back, trying to clear up some of that, keep as many lanes occupied and free from the CS as she can. Some great wards coming out from the Viv Avengers. You see a lot of defensive and more offensive wards coming in the bottom jungle. Same thing with the blue. As far as Lonely Gaming goes, though, they're a little bit behind as far as ward pressure goes. As you see 3 pink wards now, as they're placing a few more. But as you're seeing a few more wards coming out, they're mainly trying to maintain that river ward, or that river line, so they can see who's coming when and where. A good ward coming out of the blue, so they will know when the blue's going out. Looks like Lux and Vi are going for that now. So they will, at least at a minimum, get timer on the blue ward. And on the bottom lane, they're still going. At the top lane, you are seeing a little bit of engagement between Irelia and to the Renekton. Renekton coming in, putting in the stun. Irelia is still coming in, using her flask to her advantage to try and pick up as many of these kills as she can with the least amount of pressure. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Lee Sin coming in yet again for another gank. This is what I was talking about pre-game, with the Lee Sin being so much more effective in his early game ganks, but with the pressure slowly starting to come in towards Vi as the game progresses, if they can make it that far. This is going to be the second turret of the game going down in favor of Lowly Sports, and this time it is the bottom lane. Meanwhile, on the top lane, you are seeing Aurelia put a huge amount of damage onto the Renekton, trying her best to get him out. He does have to ult in order to survive, however, he is going to be forced to back. His teleport is up, but without his home guards, it's going to be at least a little bit before he can get back, and the tower's going to yet again take some more damage, as well as this some CS. They are trying to pick up some people in the jungle, get some few picks. They don't have really any wards in that area, so kind of muddling the line there. There's a huge slow wave pushing them in the mid lane, so somebody from Lonely Sports will have to go back and take care of that. But meanwhile, in the river, they are getting ready to take in another dragon here. So we'll be able to see Lonely Sports is a little low. Ezreal has only a small amount of mana, and they're really not in the best position to try and contest this dragon. However, Steve, the Slayer, knowing that they're here, Cantus is back. They are going to at least make an attempt here. Now, Lee Sin is going to try and make a play here. They do end up catching the Nami, so they are going to pick up the Nami. And trying to get the steal. He comes in, but Smite's just a little bit too early or too late. A huge play from Lissandra coming in, putting out some huge CC. She does end up contributing, making 2 kills in that area, so they get 3 kills for 1 dragon. Meanwhile, in the top lane, they're still going back and forth. A lot of damage coming out onto the Renekton. He is forced to use a lot of his skills, but Irelia is really low on mana at this point. If she stays there for very long, they could very quickly start to shift into Renekton's favor. Still putting out some huge damage. She can keep going, and she dies some huge damage still coming out. He puts on the stun to try and get away. He ults, but she's forced to flash away. He flashes as well, but he's not going to be able to die. No, he doesn't have to die if he uses his AoE, a Bloodthirster tag that we saw put to such great effect in the last match to end up picking up his second kill of the game, closing that gap just a little bit for him, though he is still 28 CS behind. Again, you're seeing Nami pretty much taking complete control of that bottom jungle area, putting out wards, for depleting the vision wards that have already been set up by Lowly Sports. And they're still trying their best to maintain at least some semblance of pressure here, even though despite they are 9 kills behind and a little under 7,000 gold at this point. So as far as ADCs go, Graves is actually ahead by a few CS and a kill, but as far as assists go, he's quite behind, and I believe that would put him behind in gold as well. Let me just check. Yeah, the actual assist would put him 700 gold behind. So Lee Sin trying to get that put in, trying to get Renekton in, see if he can bait in that slice and dice so that he loses the ability to escape. Really doing a good job of pressuring the lane, really pushing him back and taking him down to half health. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, you are seeing people start to posture up. They do know that they have some blue ward, or the blue should be coming up pretty shortly. So they have put in the wards in order to keep people out. Meanwhile, back in the top lane, you are seeing they have come in and they do pick up yet another kill based off of the Lee Sin pressure in the top lane, which is kind of surprising. I really hadn't been up there too often in order to try and counteract the amount of pressure that Lee Sin's putting up there. And with the rest of the teams way in the bottom of the map, this is going to be the 3rd and final outer turret falling for Lowly Sport. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, you do see that they are picking up their first turret of the game as well. However, the TP comes out for the Lux, and she's able to flash both the Lissandra snare as well as the Death Sentence. So, well done on her part to get out, but she is now without any summoner spells. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Lee Sin and Irelia are just content to continue pushing here, picking up this first middle turret of the game. Oh, Thresh picks up a double kill, you big killer, you. coming in, and they do pick up a 3-for-0 kill in the bottom lane. With Aurelia coming in, she is now starting to reach a lot of that peak of where she really needs to be. She has finished the Triforce. You're seeing her boots come out so that she's not taking quite as much damage there. I would assume a Cutlass would probably be the next bet for her. Meanwhile, Lee Sin's running for his life in the top lane, running from the Slice and Dice, trying to get out. However, you are finally seeing Thresh come in. You're going to see the Dissonance come out. Flay first. He's trying to get the... Oh! He does have to open. The Red Nectar is definitely going down here as well. So he chased a little hard. Doesn't quite have the vision that he needs to in order to pick up the kill. And ends up costing him his life. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Ezreal's running for his life, extremely low on mana. He has to flash out. He's running. Ooh, barely misses the final spark for the Lux. And they're going to have to give up. So extremely well played to get in and out and not die there. But no, they are picking up the second middle turret here. This is a lot like we saw in the last match, is that they found a lot of pressure early and ended up continuing to keep pushing the boot on the throat of the enemy here, trying to close it out and win 3,200 RP for their team. As you can see, they continue as they keep clearing those wards. They are starting to increase their ward coverage themselves, in that they are, as soon as they take a ward, they start pushing their ward front forward, trying to maintain as much map pressure as they can. The tidal wave comes out trying to match the people. However, she does miss the tidal wave. So Lee Sin is cut out here. It's going to be a 4-on-2. People just kind of running out, but he still gets out just due to the fact that he can use his sight stone in order to ward jump away. So now Dragon is up in 1 minute. Baron is finally live. Well, has been live for a little while now. And blue team being forced out, unless they get back quickly and know that it's coming up right now, they might miss out on their second Dragon of the game. So Lux continuing to pressure mid, trying to get some more turrets. As you can see, it is 5 turrets to 1. Really what I'm seeing from Lonely Sports is that they put a lot of pressure early and really force the enemy team into a mainly defensive posturing, that they take control of the map early and force them back off of everything, increasing their map awareness, increasing their map presence, and using that to just run around the map at will. Now they do finally pick up the second turret up in the top lane. However, Aurelia's coming up on this. They do get the values coming in. She has no mana though, and Aurelia knows this, but she is going to end up getting. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you do see that 4 team members do collapse on the Graves and Nami, and they are going to be able to pick up the second Dragon of the game fairly uncontested. The only way this is possible that they won't get this is if Lux somehow snipes it with her ult. But she tries to do, but it ends up being just a little late. That's what a lack of ward vision is going to do for you. This is why a lot of LCS teams try to do this as well. You'll have to forgive me, I'm not as familiar with names as I used to be, as I've recently had another child and I'm married now, so I don't get to devote as much time as I used to. But they press hard and early and really try to just pressure the team out. Lissandra getting caught here with a lot of CC. However, she ults herself instead of anybody else, which is the first time I've seen her do this in 2 games. It doesn't matter, she still ends up going down. However, they do waste a lot of ults to do that. However, Vi comes in with another ult onto the Ezreal. She does escape his Astral Shift. They're putting out a huge amount of damage though. He's trying to poke his way and get his way back out. Lee Sin coming in, he's trying to put in some good damage. The ultimate coming out, and he picks up a double kill with that. And they turn this around. What a huge turnaround from the Ezreal and the Lee Sin. Lee Sin coming back, really forcing the Graves on the defensive, trying to get him off, while Nami's forced to make a decision to either continue to chase or to peel. What ends up happening, Ezreal comes back, uses his ult to pick it up. Meanwhile, on the top lane, you are seeing it come back and forth. He's double stun here. And Aurelia picking up the kill, and what was a one-hit kill for either team. As a result of those 4 deaths, that the Lonely Sports does pick up the 3rd and final second-tier turret. And thus, as you can see, will increase their map presence even more. They are ahead by 20 kills. They're ahead at this point by a little over 14, about 14,500 gold. So they're definitely in full control of this map by now. I'm not quite sure what they can do. I really don't feel like Viv Avengers is completely out of it as of yet. However, if they don't find something to do quick, if they can't split up or have a full 5-on-5 fight, they are going to end up losing this game. So they need to come in, really get a good focus on the enemy carries, and see what they can do. They do have, in my opinion, the better team fight as long as they can get it and execute it perfectly. So they're going on Tyralia of all people. One with the GA, they're going to get caught here. However, she just comes into the background and completely demops up the backline. They're so squishy. Lissandra comes in as well, putting in some huge damage. However, she's getting cut out here. She has 0 mana, but the Thresh Lantern comes in and ends up saving her life. Ezra ends up picking up the kill. Renekton in the bad spot as he is in the 2v1 spot. The only person that gets out is nobody. So here they are going to pick up the first inhibitor turret of the game. I'm assuming this is going to be the first inhibitor as well. So I would assume at this point, Viv Avengers is really in a bad spot. They really engaged. They engaged, in my opinion, on the wrong person. They didn't lock up Lissandra or the Ezreal, and of course that is kind of hard to do just based off how mobile their team is. With that being said, though, focusing the Irelia, who already is tanky and has a GA, is not the way to go. So they end up picking up the enemy team's red buff. There they are. They're ulting the top lane to make sure that they can continue to start the slow push, or at least slow theirs. And away they go. So at this point, the Viv Avengers need to be getting a little bit desperate, and I would expect to see maybe a desperate Baron, maybe a good pick. Either way, though, in the same thing as the last match, as Lowly Sports continue to increase with their map presence and map dominance, they kept removing the wards from the enemy team. As you can see, they've already picked up 3 lenses as opposed to the 2. Oh, now 3. They just switched with Lux into a lens as well. But they continue to deny map awareness for the enemy team. Because of that, they're able to basically just take complete control of the map and not allow them to know exactly what they're doing. Now they are starting to come up just a little bit. Now they are being seen by everybody, and with Renekton back, this is not going to be a good fight. However, Irelia she is coming in with the TP. Renekton's coming in as well. Do come in. Graves in a very bad position. Nami trying her best to do what she can. The final spark coming out, but she does end up going down to the Irelia. Some huge play coming out, so the slow's coming out. Just continual slows. Good snares is not going to allow. He's doing what he can, but he ends up going down as well. And that's going to be a 4-0 fight in favor of Lowly Sport. And I would fully expect for this to be both Nexus turrets, if not game right here. Here they are. As you can see, the first one going down. They have the super minions already there, coming swiftly, turning their attention to the second one. Graves there, by there, really not enough to do anything. As it is going to be the finals match, so great job to Lowly Sports for picking up the finals match. Pretty much a complete dominating performance by them, with the exception of the one game that I saw to get into the semifinal. So extremely well played by them. Congratulations to y'all for winning your 3200 RP and your Triumphant Rise skin, if that's not your first one. Or if you've not got one already. Tough luck to the enemy team. It's some Lowly Sports is good. I can't say anything but that. But extremely well played. Congratulations on your 2400 RP. And let me see if the other game is finished as well. It's not. So, are you wanting to tune in for the rest of the third place match, or are you finishing it up dark?